Get your boys, get your gals, get your pals into the saloon because it's last chance qualifier here in the Elite Tour for the month of April on Unite Battle Hub. I'm Relic, and I'm delighted to say that regardless of accusations from Spragles, Wonder Chef is very much alive and he is very much well, and we are glad to have you with us, my friend. 10 teams enter the fray, 4 spots up for grabs in the main event.
Yeah, I'm really happy. A bunch of teams showed up. They heard it was the last chance qualifier, but I think they thought that it was the last chance sign up because they signed up super late. But you know what? As long as you made it in, you sneak it through, I'm really happy. And we got some great teams here as well. This is kind of like, I don't want to say a majority, but it's like half of the top 8 from EU yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. And they're going to be joining the top half of the teams who qualified through the individual regional qualifiers: Nouns, Luminosity, Sucreo Sucra, and Exile. Now, the 2 regions have crossed paths. Both EU and NA allowed into proceedings, but we start our day with 2 EUs. Zima Gogo and Ananas Regrow. These are 2 teams that certainly will be hoping for the best today, but I think it's one team in particular, Chef, who will be looking to go all the way, that being our team currently in purple.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing really well recently, and again, I'm not going to try to read all of their names. It's pretty troll as usual, but they've been, they've been airing a lot of these community cups. They've been trying to qualify, and I do think they've got quite a good chance. They've been doing pretty well even in UCS. We can take a look at the bans though, some pretty solid ones. Buzzwole I know has been pretty, still highly valued after the nerfs, but this is a Pokemon that's really come back into play. You were talking about it earlier. Umbreon was the first pick.
Yeah, we sort of joke about the Battle Pass buff, but I actually really like the buffs to Umbreon in this particular situation. I think Wish was very underutilized. Now seeing a lot of utilization, not just for the self-sustain, but almost playing as a pseudo-support foul play as well. Really great for displacement. Good Hooper counter potentially as well. Hooper, of course, one of our bans alongside Slowbro, Blastoise, and Leafeon for this first set. Blaziken and Mew to join that Umbreon, Chef. On the other side, who's going to be joining the Eldegoss and the Sylveon?
That is a good question. They do have pretty free reign for picking up any of the other defenders. I mean, Crustle, also got a buff. This is a good defender patch, this most recent one that we had. The fact that we're going to see Crustle, who was so often first picked, not necessarily first picked, getting picked a little bit later, but still that valuable. And then on top of that, we're going to have the Venusaur. We'll see what build it decides to go, but I do feel like Venusaur will be quite good. They don't have too much range in their team quite yet.
TX loves their Venusaur. And I'll tell you what, Cherry King picking up that Sylveon as well, very, very popular yesterday, especially in North America. Those Sylveons causing all sorts of chaos. Mystical Fire, the prevalent moveset. Fascinating indeed, isn't it? But a little less skill, little more security on how much damage you're going to be dealing out. Blissey also incredibly popular. Quite an aggressive setup here from Zimagogo, but they've got that objective secure through the Espeon. Cezuro heading onto that one, and Trevenant, the big tree, to round out Anana's regrown. Very dependable front line between the Crustle and the Trevenant. Fantastic crowd control in combination with Eldegoss, despite having a whole myriad of nerfs thrown at it. Still very powerful indeed. You've got one team, therefore, that is kind of half dive, half backline beams. One team that is one big beam, but mostly dive. Zimagogo, the quality in player personnel, Chef. But I think that Ananas actually has the better composition all round.
I love this comp from Ananas because they are so hard to KO, right? I mean, they're obviously they've got that super strong front line, but they've also got the hard to KO Venusaur. They've got the hard to KO Sylveon, especially if it's Mystical Fire, Draining Kiss. That can be such a ridiculously tanky DPS. So it's going to be tough to basically catch anybody there. And then, of course, if Eldegoss, has Unite, or basically Eldegoss can just play from range, where it's going to be tough to KO. So I think that comp is going to be very hard to take down.
I agree. Also hard to take down. My imagination on what Pokemon names sound like. I'm afraid to inform everyone that it is Crustle, as I have come to learn. Completely define my Aegislash as well. Oh, I was so glad
Oh,
to
that
see
one's
that
the
Pokemon
worst.
yesterday, but Aegislash, come on. Anyway, I promise all of my sins of the past, we're going to be calling it Crustle from now on. But it's a really important defender that's kind of it almost feels like it never should have gone away, Chef. It's an incredible pick. It's got fantastic utility in both Stealth Rock for those potential chip secures on objectives. Rock Tomb, of course, so fantastic at catching Pokemon to counter or to set up dive potential as well. It's a dependable pick all round, not to mention an early evolution on top of it all as well.
It can also be just really annoying early on, but right now we are going to be seeing that tree top. I've been really liking that in the top path a lot, and we are going to see some stacks, or at least one stack attempted. Wasn't quite able to steal that little bit of EXP, a little bit of Aeos energy. And oh my goodness, is it going to get away? No, I think finally getting chased down, but managing to at least waste a lot of time, which is going to be a big plus.
Oh, Legonaus, though, was maybe wandering a little bit too far, but has actually done well. Not well enough to deny the 18 points going down on the board, and that leads directly to the Exad evolution onto the Blissey as well. But TX is here on that Ivysaur, looking to try and ward away Exad. They're not going to be able to deal enough damage to find the KO, however, but that Phantom back on top path as well to contest for the Clouds.
Yeah, one thing I do have to say, obviously we know how the, well, hold on, let's see how these birds go before I go on my tangent, and trying to get a little bit more. That eject button in was pretty interesting. I'm not sure if that actually helped him get anything. Teeps is going to be pretty low for the attempt. We still don't see the evolution into full Eldegoss as well. Oh, on bottom, the Sylveon just barely getting out of there. Again, it is a little bit tankier than a lot of the other options that you can have right there, especially once it gets more and more levels. We are going to see the Hyper Voice, though. That's pretty rare, I'd say, to see Hyper Voice just kind of sitting on bottom.
Agreed. I think it works well in tandem with the Rock Tomb, but you're counting on your opponents not having the moves or the battle items to necessarily escape it. Spoiler alert, Mew's got agility, and practically everybody runs eject button unless it's very evident it should be X attack or X speed. I know some crazy fellas out there love the Shedinja doll, but I digress. Early scores in favor of Nazima Go-Go. Nice KO there onto Cherry King, who steps out a little bit too far. Speaking of, Qatar caught between a rock and a hard place. 3 players surround him. Umbreon goes down, but a lot of those clouds have been secured via Sazura. We've got Exad here as well in support, and that Espeon already on level 7 leads the lobby.
Oh, and it does look like we're going to have Curse, which is pretty interesting. Obviously, Curse is not super uncommon, but I feel like with this comp, Woodhammer would be really strong. I mean, you're going to have to hold people in place for Hyper Voice. You're going to have to hold people in place for the Beam. So you're going to depend a lot on that Crustle right now to just be the only CC, although you can just run in with the tree. I mean, it's going to do so much damage by itself, trying to secure those last hits. And we are going to get the KO at least on the Blissey, but fire is greater than tree, I guess, in general. And right now we are going to see this Blaze again, whatever actual true player is, 2 KOs in a 1v3.
Kez is absolutely popping off there on bottom path. A couple of pokes and prods, but no scores down on this T1 zone for the moment. Cherry King holding the fort whilst reinforcements are on the way. Big split push then from Inanna's Regrown. Zimagogo throwing 4 of them number into the Reggie Rock pit. Lovely bit of snarl from Qatar. Gets caught out by the Rock Tomb, but it's all a little too late for the orange team. Big Solar Beam through the middle and Psychic Solera as well. Auto's going to take down Cherry on pad. One goes down for the Blissey, helping out with the stack situation. Rez is not going to be able to lock down the 30, but they have locked down the Regieleki on top path, albeit giving up a couple of scores, I believe, to the tree.
Yeah, and it looks like the Regieleki is going to be going in up top, just kind of for free, which is pretty big. They can get a pretty free overdunk of 20 up there. It looks like they're probably going to be able to get it. Yeah, they eject button in, they charge in. That's going to be the broken tier 1 goal zone. Everything going in their favor. And right now, yeah, this is looking like a runaway Blaziken. It is doing everything perfectly. It is level 10, first in the game by a lot. I mean, they just barely hit level 9 on Inanna's Regrown. This has got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, naturally the stats are going to be looking great for that Blaziken. Through 2 evolutions of Hyperscaler, you're going to be dealing a lot more damage late game, but it's what you do with that damage. Blaziken, of course, with that very quick switch Unite move, 2 different stances, 2 different ways of playing, and with the eject button tech into overheat, that's a lot of damage that you can do in one wallop. And then you've got 3 other moves to use potentially as well. 4, of course, if you count the roundhouse kick of the Unite move. It's a really interesting Pokemon, really technical. You can do a lot with it, and we're seeing it all in action here today.
Ooh, the Unite from the Umbreon coming out. They're trying to chase down Sylveon, trying to get that KO, but instead it's going to be the Crustle taking the brunt of the damage. And it's going to be tough to push down to tier 1 when you've got Hyper Voice, but there are going to be some reinforcements from above, from the side of Anonymous Regrown. They are going to be able to at least get the KO on the Umbreon, and they want to get a tier 1 of their own, especially with the backup of this Venusaur. That's going to be a great way to try to push in. 2 Unites used the oh my goodness, the Espeon and the Venusaur at the same time, actually kind of countered it. Team's coming at the perfect time, but with the reinforcements, once again, the respawns, I should even say, from Zmog, they're going to be able to pull back in, get the KO on the Elagos at least, and right now looking for more if they can get away safely.
Rule 1 of Pokemon Unite, always make sure to confirm the KO, because on their lonesome, Resmog was able to defend that zone. Nothing scored, nothing gained. Rabble-Rouser catches 3 there with the X-Scissor, but the Trevenant's taken the Reg Ice, so at least the EXP is in pocket for all 5 players on bottom path, but both sides now, all 10, you can throw a blanket over them. Not really comfy though, is it, that there's a war zone out there? Beams abound, but ultimately both sides are now going to be firing shots across the way as they transition up onto top path. And Nanas really need this Regieleki, or at the very least they need to make Zimagogo pay for taking down the Regieleki. They don't have a T1 pad to pull back on.
Yeah, now just to, oh man, did you manage to get a decent amount of points in down there, somewhat for free? They're only going to be canceled, or not canceled, but attempted to be stopped by the Umbreon. It wasn't quite there in time. Now, this is a pretty tough situation, obviously. About 170 point lead for Zmog. They've already got the first level 13 in the game. Everybody on their side is pretty high level, but one big fight win could be huge, and yeah, it was an amazing steal. And now off the back of it, they're going to try to get as much as they can. That was almost a defensive Unite coming out from that Espeon. We're going to see the Sylveon try to push in. Great way to use that mobility from the Mew. Mew extremely hard to lock down into a Hyper Voice, but now they've still got to defend against this Regieleki, and a double beam hitting 2 members of Zmog. They have to run, but they're all in the currents of this tree. Not able to get a single KO quite yet, but they are going to be able to at least take the tier 1, and let's see how much the return can get them. 1 KO from the Umbreon. They're looking for another Mew from the back line. Going to sneak in the KO on the Venusaur, and now 3 members down from Anonymous Regrown. They managed to get the tier 1, but at a pretty heavy cost, looking like probably 1 more back to home base.
History will look back on this moment as the cost of living crisis. Well, the cost was a little bit too high for Ananas there. They did get the T1, but they've given over a lot of EXP because of the number of KOs the Zimagogo were able to accrue. But I love the overall calls, the shot calling from Ananas, from that Verdant Anger securing the Regieleki to catching 3 in the Phantom Forest Unite move from Snow. Oh, capitalizing, punishing Zimagogo for all surrounding that Regieleki, desperately trying to dispel it. It means that Ananas is in with a shot here of a race steal, potentially, of a game steal. Even though they are 66 points behind, that is nothing in the realm of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, compared to what they were at, 30 seconds ago, this is looking great for them. Nobody's going to be taking that base from Reggie. It's all going to come down to this final fight. Levels have started to even up. Just about a 1 level overall, maybe lead for Zmog, but it's certainly nothing that is unsurmountable. They still need to build back the Unite move. Actually, kind of both sides need to build back some Unite moves. They're looking for the Phantom Force just finally coming back up, but the Umbreon and the Bliss Assist obviously going to be one of the most important tools that you're going to need for anything, and it just does not have it right now. And I'm not sure if Anonymous Regrown realized that, but they could be pushing this pretty heavily.
Yeah, they've got Wish, they've got those soft boil to keep themselves sustainable. We've got the tree on that top path alongside the Blaziken. I'm not entirely favoring the Blaziken in that counter, despite the 1 level advantage. And here comes Snow. Oh no, catches 2. Not great value, but they do get great value out of the Solar Beam. Blissey falls. Midnight Prance takes away a lot of the shield that was in and around this Ananas team. Rosem caught up field, but there the Rubble Rouser. No Midnight Prance to take away the shield this time. Into the center now. Are they really going to risk the rip? I wouldn't if I was them, but Chef, I'm not them.
And it looks like they may be happy with that, but the problem is Blaziken's gonna have such good secure, and in the meantime, as they're trying to rip Ray, they're gonna be losing their 3 members of their team. Only the tree and the Venusaur left. It had to be the beam, and nothing is going to be able to steal that away. Zmog turning it around after nearly losing that fight is going to secure this pretty handily.
Yeah, and ultimately nobody had eyes on Cares. It was a big call from Snow-O. I think actually, given how this fight started, pretty good for Ananas, but I think the decision, the quick snap to go and rip the Ray really didn't work in their favor. We almost saw a precursor to that early on where they had a great chance to take down that T1 zone with plenty of Eos energy in pocket, and yet because they don't focus on the Mew on its own holds the zone. There is no score because of everything that it was doing, and it basically repeats itself here because they don't focus on taking down the Pokemon first and foremost, dealing with the repercussions later. They open the door to Zimagogo, who rip them apart at the seams.
I completely agree with you. I mean, you called that out perfectly in the moment. The rip, it was, I mean, I kind of understand it. They did have a big numbers advantage, but the problem was the numbers advantage that they had were still, well, I guess I wouldn't say the advantage, but the members that were still up for Zmog were problematic for winning there, where it was going to be that Blaziken, who was obviously so extremely strong, and then the Mew, both of them with extremely high chances of just kind of sneaking in there and taking the Rayquaza, even if they burn it down. And the secure on the side of Anonymous Regrown, not super good, right? They had to go with their own beam basically, and at that point they didn't even burn it fast enough. They just let Blaziken come in level 15, burn them all down quite literally, which is what it was doing all game. 104k damage. Great game for them.
100%. There was good rep potential in a Nana squad. I mean, you have a curse build Trevenant with power swap on top of that as well, and you've got Hyper Voice Sylveon. That's pretty decent, but they sort of lined up a number of things. They scheduled their day out, and then every sort of task fed into the other, and they almost tripped over themselves, it feels like. But Zimagogo actually played this really well too, considering that Blissey went down super early. At the same time, it did cost Ananas a big Unite move in the Phantom Forest, and just how they kept their cool, kept their calm. It's proving pivotal in Ray fights in the current meta. Just take a look at any Japanese team and you'll see exactly what I mean.
Yeah, and it is a good call too. The Phantom Force, they did manage to hit 2, but that's a Unite move where you really have to hit a lot of Pokemon for maximum like effect, right? Like most obviously, you know, if you Hydro Typhoon, you want to hit as many as possible, pretty much any Unite in the game. But Phantom Force literally is, you know, the more you hit, the stronger you get buffed, the better shields you get. Every single thing is just based on how many people you hit, and it was a nice little way to start that engagement and catch out too. But it meant that later on you weren't able to kind of run in there and they'd be that just unstoppable force that sometimes Trevenant can actually be, and then eventually, you know, they were just not quite able to win that fight. But I do have to say, overall, they managed to keep that really close. That game looked like at first it was going to be running away a little bit for Zimagogo, and it was not at all. I mean, they lost the Ray fight initially. They didn't lose Ray, but it was a good close game.
Trevenant's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you called it out at the time. No Woodhammer. Would that not have been better for your overall suppression? Well, we're not going to see it anyway. It's our first ban of our second time around on Thea Sky Ruins here in the what is effectively the quarterfinals. I mean, technically it's the semifinals because our next round of matches in the upper bracket are qualifier matches, if I remember correctly. I might be completely wrong, folks. It's basically UCS qualifying for those who are just joining us. So 4 teams are going to make it through to the main event, but also Comfey banned off the board. We didn't even see it selected when it wasn't banned last time around. So clearly Ananas have a demon that they wish to dispel before it even emerges.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I've seen a few Comfey bans recently, and it usually is dependent on seeing the Comfey Zoroark combo, which again, like you said, it was completely available and it's not something that we saw, so I'll be interested to see what they do. They also didn't really pick away from Anonymous Regrown like any of the supports early on, so I don't know. I actually just don't really understand that ban. We'll have to figure that one out later. Blastoise first pick, pretty solid. There are a lot of high priority options right now. Umbreon looks like might be going back as the quote unquote first pick to Zmog once again. They're pretty happy with that, and it worked out well last time, so hey, do it again.
You know, I think this might be part of the plan actually, is by throwing Comfey under the bus, you've basically for Zimagogo to pick and choose their defenders on who they ban. They've gone with the Slowbro, and so Ananas quite rightly has picked up the Blastoise in combination with Eldegoss and Crustle, I should say, rather. It's still going to take some getting used to. I think this is one of the most powerful front lines in the meta at the moment, especially given just how many different ways you can play Blastoise and Hydro Typhoon. A fantastic Unite move if used in the right place at the right time. On the other side of things, Chef, hello Snorlax and your mightily improved block ability.
It goes so fast now. It's like a, I don't know. Someone needs to make a meme and they just put some Eurobeat over it or something, because it's awesome. I love new Snorlax. A little return to the old. Maybe not the release version of full stunning people for 6 seconds or whatever it was, but I'm glad to see it again. And that doesn't mean final support pick is going to go to Zmog. If they, actually they could go no support. Ooh, okay, so this is cool. They're gonna go Wish as their main healing, and that is a little bit of a trick. So now there's no chance for Anonymous going to go like super offensive and try to shut down that Gyarados, because they expected maybe that it was going to be something like Hoopa in the final spot, but instead it's going to be Gyarados, which is sick. That was a really cool way to play that draft.
The king has been KO'd. Long live the king. I'm shocked that we haven't seen Buzzwole at all today in either bans or picks. The fact that Gyarados has been prioritized over it, I feel, says a lot. But I also feel like Zimagogo can get away with no support. As you say, Umbreon pseudo support now with how good the Wish is, but we've got to look at Snorlax's Unite move as well, Power Nap. It is like the biggest, like, what's the right word? It's just sort of like, it's just there. Unless you've got everybody surrounding it at the same time, it's not going down whilst it's in Power Nap. And because they've picked Umbreon as well, it means that Midnight Prance, the one Unite move that could completely undo everything it tries to do, is off the table as well. So it's really good just to suck up that damage, provide something of a diversionary tactic. And I do really like the idea of block and potentially flail to give Snorlax some maneuverability and some damage later on. We'll see how they play it, though.
Yeah, the team in general, so obviously, you know, Wish got buffed, so it is going to be better at being kind of the solo support, but they've got a lot of self-sustain, right? Like, Inteleon self-sustains by just being super far away. Hopefully that player manages to get in. But the Gyarados, of course, gives itself a lot of shields once it actually starts popping off. And then Mew also has the ability, it does look like maybe there was a disconnect as we got in.
They were good to go, they were moving.
Oh, were they moving?
Bulbasaur was moving. It was just, otherwise, I think if they had definitely disconnected, nobody would have moved. I mean, that's kind of like regular sportsmanship. So I think we should be okay to go back in because they knew it was just, we can still hear it going on. So I'm imagining that we're going to get back in anyway. But please, do continue your point.
Yeah, so basically they're not going to have a lot of members of their team that they're going to need to commit a ton of healing to, right? It's not going to be like, oh, this is a brawler that has no self-sustain and we're just going to have to pocket it, or some sort of assassin. This is going to be, everybody can kind of keep themselves up in their own weird way, even if that way is sometimes just being out of range of damage. And so I like that a lot as far as this comp goes.
So Gyarados, honestly, the most interesting of all Pokemon in this game right now at the moment. Utterly useless for the most part, but we have seen, as well recently as yesterday, that an evolution within the first minute is possible. Clearly not going to happen today, but if you're able to catch a KO within the first minute, that Gyarados coming online super early can be the difference maker between having a great day or having a really not a great day. And Exad got the mean look down, catches Legonorse in a tough spot, but look at Zarmok gone in a little too deep there, and a Drizzle forced to escape out. Escad's not going to escape. Instead, they lead directly to the Eldegoss evolution. This TF's flank onto top path once again providing dividends.
Yeah, and that really is going to help shut down that Gyarados. I've been actually maining Gyarados. It got some really nice buffs in that last patch, so this has been kind of my season of Gyarados. And Magikarp, I mean, it can do it. I mean, the big thing is, too, if you can get some scores in, I mean, it does help increase that effort gauge. And so far, they're just not really able to find anything right now. They're trying to just not get KO'd. Of course, the lower your damage, the more damage you're going to deal as that little baby Magikarp, but they just cannot find a KO. I mean, that is going to be a tough path, especially paired paired with Umbreon. Umbreon is not really that good at securing KOs unless it has somebody that's going to do a lot of damage with it. And finally, we're going to see that Gyarados. And now my question is it going to be Waterfall? Is it going to be the Bounce? Waterfall did get some buffs. Bounce is new where you can fully charge it and you can launch people with it for a cool initiation way. But we'll see that in a little bit because right now they're pushing on bottom path.
Yeah, Dragon Breath Bounce does seem to be the preferred option, doesn't it? And here's that heavy slam Snorlax, so choosing not to go for the flail instead. Qatar moving back, eats a lot of Hyper Voice, but is well shielded by Exad, who was rotated onto the bottom path. Of course, good timing, given that our first set of Reggies is on the way. Kez, meanwhile, on this top path, left to their own devices. Oh, I don't like their chances, though. I think Wartortle's going to pick up a pretty high-quality KO. That they do. Mere centimeters away, now no centimeters away from that Blastoise evolution. Let the hyperscaling begin.
Oh yeah, and honestly, that's pretty early. That's a good timing to be able to get the Blastoise and kind of get free reign of that top path as this Regice is spawning, which also seems relatively free for Anana's Regrown. They're doing a great job this game. Yeah, that is completely 100% uncontested. Looks like Regieleki is going to be contested from Zmogogo, but there is the Blastoise up there who can honestly steal this, and they will steal it away and potentially win the 1v2. This Gyarados has to run away. Probably got the mobility to get away, but this is looking tough.
Zero fear, all ego, and that Regieleki is going to be the first point scorer of the entire game. Neither purple or orange team could claim that one, but they have been able to expand that lead to 84 points. Great Rock Tomb forcing out the eject button on Escad. And hey, while they're here, why not buy some souvenirs, shall we? Get that lovely Accelgor into our pockets. The Rock Tomb inadvertently stopping the Rapid Spin. Unfortunate. Here in the middle of the scene as well, we've got that Mew going for more XP, almost catches a KO by a Cherry King. Just all round looking a lot better from Anana's Unite, and a lot of that, to me, Chef, is down to how late it took that Gyarados to evolve. And now, speaking of evolve, well, check out this situation. Anana's Regrown go from strength to strength.
And they're just continuing this aggression. The Hyper Voice is going to fall a little bit short of catching that Mew, but they are going to end up catching the Mew with the beam regardless. Or maybe it was the beam. It was something from the Venusaur. Very, very long range. That fight happened from really long range. I mean, that's what we're going to see. Finally, some potential stacks in. I'm not sure if the Gyarados is stacking, but I have to assume so. But yeah, I mean, we've got Venusaur, we've got Inteleon, we've got Mew. A lot of this fight, or a lot of these fights, is going to be like full left to right side of the screen. We're barely going to be able to see everybody in a lot of these.
Zmogogo thought that this would be an easy 2-0. They have been sorely mistaken. Anana's Regrown, the better of the two sides. Lovely Midnight Prance completely ignores the Hydro Typhoon that's basically had all of its shield eaten up as well. So a Unite move for a Unite move. There is no resulting team fight, and so therefore it's kind of like a, okay, cool, guess that happened. Zmogogo definitively prioritizing this bottom Reggie, it seems now, but look at that Inteleon and Gyarados desperately looking for any EXP that they can find. And that's a good point, because you look at Venusaur, Blastoise, Sylveon, Chef, they're all looking very healthy indeed.
Oh yes, very, very healthy. I mean, literally the same thing I said last time. Oh, looks like we're gonna try to jump away here. This is actually a pretty heavy push from Anana's Regrown. Before I continue my last thought, they've got Regieleki pushing down. There's 3 members there. Well, okay, now 3 members defending. Looks like they might back up from that, but they're, of course, like you said, gonna take some souvenirs home, everything that they can from that center area. There's one poor little buff right there, and this basement Reggie, nobody's taking it at all right now. They're just like, oh, you know, we've got other EXP we can get, but that says a lot about the map control of Anana's Regrown, that they feel confident in that.
Just feels like a little bit of a misplay from Anana's Regrown. That was a lot of time that they ultimately wasted going for the push on Regieleki, and all's already resulted in is Zmogogo setting up a lot more securely on bottom path. The power nap comes out, not really to too much extent, rather than just trying to help stall. There will be a score on that top path from the Blastoise, but are they in the wrong place at the wrong time? Zmogogo surround the Reggie steal. Hyper Voice goes in, and hey, guess what? TFs with the Verdant Anger says absolutely not. We're going to take the Reggie steal, no doubt, no shot. Well, plenty of shots from the Solar Beam. Dragon Current catches 4, but Eldegoss responds with the Cotton Cloud Crash. Lovely shielding over all teammates involved in that particular team fight, and Zmogogo forced onto the back foot again.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing that's nice about Zimagogo's team is that it's really good at just backing up and playing the range game and saying, well, you can't actually engage on us. You can try, but with Beam plus Sniper, like, good luck. But eventually, the thing is that Anonymous Regrown did such a good job of holding onto this lead that Zimagogo is going to have to be the ones that make the actual move themselves and not just be able to hold onto the defensive. If they were ahead by 160 points, like Anonymous Regrown are, they would be in such an amazing spot because you just cannot engage on them, but they're not. So eventually they're gonna have to run forward exactly like that, and you just run into a death ball.
Yeah, 100%. Well, 2.5 minutes left. Are Ananas ready to go for the Regieleki? Well, Zimagogo has kind of, again, left them to their own devices. I think that they really should have stayed in the top path a little bit longer just to try and place themselves in the mine, sow some seeds of doubt, but they're just going to let that Regieleki run into the top path. Here goes Kez into the backline, going straight for TX. There's the Dragon Current as well. Comes up and finds the KO. That could be absolutely huge. Midnight Pransman, my goodness, Umbreon, how much health don't you have? I can't believe they got away with that. Zimagogo continued to go on the offensive, but the Umbreon did go down, by the way. Never mind me, Mr. Commentator. Eldegoss also falls. So it's now 4 versus 3. Zimagogo are in the ascendancy. They popped the Azure Spy Vision as well. Kez going for the Rip. Who's in the available area for Ananas? You've got that Hydro Typhoon Blastoise with the Rapid Spin. Do they have the eject button to go in? Here it comes now! And it doesn't get the secure. No! Oh, so unfortunate for Ananas Regrown. Gyarados! Kez comes to the rescue.
Oh, what a turnaround there. In the end, you know, it was really looking like the Gyarados was not going to be pulling its weight with how it did work the first 8 minutes of the game, but an amazing initiation to turn things around. Still, though, no lead from the side of Zimagogo, actually. They do have a bunch of shields up. That's going to be a Hundo Burger in. One more from the Umbreon, which is not going to be stopped, is going to give them the lead, but there is a minute left, and they're only up by 20 points. They've got probably the shield in the Gyarados. I don't think it was broken. It was in combat. No more shield. The Mew may have a shield. It's really hard to tell, but this is going to be a tough spot for them. Yes, Resmog is going to be key to this victory if they're going to pull it off.
Hold on to your horses, folks. The show in the Wild West ain't over yet, but Ananas Regrown have no vision on that tall grass. They're going to find out very shortly just how costly that will be, to the tune of 100 EOS energy. But look at how much energy they're running with now. 38s, 14s, and so. Big power nap into the middle. The TX takes down Snorlax. TX quickly falls to the Gyarados, but the Gyarados goes down as well. Somehow, Suzuro's got the Azure Spy Vision back. Cherokee going into the backline. Midnight Prance takes down all shielding available from both the Blastoise and the Eldegoss. Spirited effort, but Zimagogo utilizing their Unite moves one by one to perfection. 4 KO streak for Suzuro to round out the match. A match, chef, that ends 2-0 in favor of Zimagogo.
Oh, just barely. That was really not looking like it was going to go that way. But boy, what a turnaround. This is a great set between these two teams, but Zimagogo just clutching it out in those final 2 minutes so well. And we really got a chance to see some of the new ways that Gyarados can kind of initiate with the new charged bounce. And I mean, obviously, you know, we got to see the big Unite initiation in the 2-minute fight. Oh my God, look how low their KOs are on the side of Zimagogo. They did not do well that game until they did, and then they won. But I think that was a great example. Even on defense, we could see the fully charged bounce as, well, may I know, doing heavy slam from Snorlax into fully charged bounce for a double knockup in a row is gross. I love that combo.
Me as well. I think a lot of honestly, Ananas Regrown had the game in the palm of their hands. What they didn't expect was Zimagogo's, I don't want to say naivety. I just want to say their obliviousness to danger by going straight into the backline. I mean, that Dragon Current going straight into TX, who is, Captain TX, they have been the clutch factor for Ananas Regrown in so many of those team fights across both games. And the fact that he was removed from the conversation so early on kind of led Ananas Regrown into a difficult situation where they were having to respond and having to respawn. And unfortunately, when you're always on the back foot, as Zimagogo know, over the last 8 minutes or so up until that point, it's difficult to regain ground in such a closely knit contest. So I think it was actually inspired from Zimagogo to just say, let's go for it. I mean, let's live up to our name here. Let's Zima go for it, and try and find some early KOs to swing this in our favor.
Yeah, I mean, they found that spot and it was perfect. I think that as well, like choosing specifically TFs to be the target was perfect. Not only because, like you said, they were so important just as far as shot calling and being in the action, but realistically against, again, Beam and Sniper on the side of Zimagogo, your only real true range to be able to counter that is that Beamasaur, and getting out of the picture immediately means that suddenly you just have the complete dominance of that ranged game. And I think that is too why we saw Razmog specifically, oh my goodness, I hate everybody with their name changes, but you know what I'm talking about. I mean, they're playing as Razmog today, okay? Not Razmog, yeah, they're playing as Razmog. But yeah, was able to do so much in those final 2 minutes as far as just landing snipe shots over and over. They popped Unite 2 times in the last like minute and like 10 seconds. It was all just, it was completely perfect. It was a great initiation from them.
Couldn't agree more. And we are going to continue to watch their journey. Of course, it's not all over for Ananas either. They drop into the lower bracket. They have basically 2 sets of matches to go through in order to try and find themselves in a qualifying situation for the top 4. But a qualifying situation we're going to find in front of us in just a few moments' time. Thinko Galemo 2-0 their opponents, and they're going to be facing Zimagogo next here on Unite Battle Hub after this. Welcome back, friends, to the last chance qualifier of the first Elite Tour here on Unite Battle Hub. It's the month of April. It's Relic and Chef, and we have ourselves our first qualifying match locked and loaded. We follow Zimagogo, who just recently took down a Nana's 2-0 Chef, but they go up against Thinko Galemo. They are perennial top 8 in EU. Plenty of experienced players, but are they going to be able to take down Zimagogo, who bounced back in fine form to secure the 2-0?
Yeah, but that was really close. I do have to say, I feel like Anonymous Regrown has a really good chance of qualifying through the loser bracket. I know, like, obviously the usual thing is like, well, they lost, they can still qualify, but they were playing really well. So I think there is a really good chance. Of course, we'll see that later potentially if they can make it that far. But I'm excited for this one. Thinko Galemo, they've been doing quite well recently in UCS in general. And man, huge shout outs, by the way. Side note to Joker, who does all the stats on Twitter all the time for all those cups. Where was actually the highest average healing in the entire tournament, which was very impressive.
Wow. Yeah, she honestly has been one of those players which I've loved watching develop over the last 6 months or so. I mean, she kind of came into prominence near the end of 2023, got onto LAN, of course, and I think she's been kind of unlucky in that she's on these squads who are good, but they're not like one of the top squads. And so, although she is obviously doling out a lot of healing, it's also understandable where all of that healing is going, right? So I'm excited that she's here. I'm really excited to see what she and the rest of the team can put together. Fizzy, Volto, N, and Greg, as they are now. Thinko Galemo, Crustal, Hooper, Leafeon, Blastoise are first bans. Greg and Fizzy have opened up with Mew and Trevenant, respectively. On the other side, though, Qatar has locked in that Umbreon. We know that Zimagogo loves it. We also know that Cesaro absolutely adores a Glaceon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now, Glaceon is finding a resurgence. We're going to see another Gyarados popping back in. And now this is a tough decision for Thinko Galemo. Of course, banned away Hoopa and chosen Eldegoss means they've got to choose their support. And it looks like it will be Clefable. So a pretty strong front line between the Trevenant and the Gyarados. And the Clefable's going to be hanging out. And then you've got the Beam from behind. I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody else who's going to hang within that range. On the other side, though, that Blaziken is going to look for a pretty nice overheat. Just kick every single person in that range.
Again, no sign of Buzzwole, which baffles me. I would have thought that Volto would have been half interested. What we are going to see is the Talonflame, which, you know, not the craziest shout. Blaziken, Sylveon, not the most maneuverable. Even Glaceon, I mean, you got your Snowcloak passive, but past that, very vulnerable target for an adept Talonflame pilot. Obviously going to be a little bit more difficult for the Clefable to keep up with you unless they're utilizing Follow Me. We'll wait and see. But again, it kind of all hinges on this Gyarados for me. I like Thinko Galemo. I like this composition that they put together, but it heavily relies on being extremely strong in the late game. Big damage dealer on the Mew also needs to be ahead of the level situations. Zimagogo, meanwhile, early game, they love it. 3 evolutions. They're going to be ripping and roaring in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, I do, though, have to. I'm the biggest Talonflame fan right now, and me and Zoinks argue about it a lot. But
what about Cramorant? You're cheating on your bird?
No, I love Cramorant, but we just never see. I mean, I guess we see Nemesis pick it, but no Nemesis here today. But I'm a huge fan of Talonflame. Fly in particular is so good in my opinion to the current meta. The fact that if you see Icicle Spirit starting to go at you, you're just like, I'm just gonna fly, and they're all gonna whiff is amazing. If Hyper Voice starts, you fly, and suddenly by the time you're back down, they have to wait for their cooldown. If you can technically see Mystical Fire and react to it, you can make that whiff. If you get Pollen Puff, you can make that with every single thing. The fact that it's almost more of an invincibility tool than, I mean, even an engagement tool, though it does 2 for 1, is so good in my opinion, especially against this comp from Zimagogo.
Both of us are fans of Brave Fighters. we know that in the right hands, Talonflame can be an incredible left field choice. My argument would be it has one of the most whiffable Unite moves in the entire game. Flame Sweep is rough hours if you... I mean, it's not the longest recharge either, and Didn't take too long, did it, for Cezuro to head onto this top path, scaring away Ware, and still no evolution onto the Clefable in sight. But yeah, that's the one question mark I have over it. But for Zima Gogo, they got themselves a Blaziken, of course, which doesn't necessarily need to worry about it too much. It's all dive, it's all vibes. And speaking of, here is that Fletch Hinder doesn't find a KO just yet.
Yeah, that was actually really lucky. They might have found that KO, but we did see the Glossifleur evolve into the Eldegoss at the perfect timing, avoiding just one of those attacks. I couldn't actually see which one it was, but it was going to be saving it a whole lot of damage, and now we're going to see if we can finally maybe try to sneak a KO. At this point, I would almost just try to prioritize the KO if you're the side of St. Galemo, but instead they're the ones getting burned down. Ware's going to be the first one to go down, and now they've got to defend this gold zone. Not going to be the easiest thing in the world, as we're going to see some points already start to go in.
I love N just running away, turning around and just looking at the chaos unfolding as the Carp Carnival continues to roll on its merry way. It's you are so helpless in that form, but just you wait. Volto is going to explode onto the scene. Only scores on the doors then from Zima Gogo, 48 in the first 2 minutes or so. More shenanigans on top path as Volto once again has to run away, aided by Ware. Oh, careful, big auto. Great block by Exat, otherwise that Combusken would have been in big danger.
Yeah, we are at the 2-minute mark into the game, or actually the 8-minute mark of the game, and we still do not have the Gyarados, which is looking pretty similar to what we saw last time. We are going to have to wait a little bit longer to get everybody evolved. The Fly's going to go in, though. Everybody eject butting away, including the Talonflame, but it is going to be the Mew who eventually gets KO'd. You get a little bit too close to all those auto hits, and there's nothing you can do. They did say we did not have a Gyarados at the 8-minute mark, and it appeared to become a Gyarados off-screen, so now it's going to be a little bit scarier. It's still got to get a lot of those stacks in, though. And it's Waterfall.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a competitive Waterfall that's been good. I love the move, but I've not seen it have much success at the top end of things, and it's certainly not going to have success here with Zero, who continues to assault this top path with vigor. But check out the level on the bottom path. Big play from the Talonflame. Ends locked down by the mean look. Got ourselves a Hyper Voice that doesn't get much joy. Scores down, zone broken, Fly up, claims the KO. Sylveon falls, but here's Zero now on the bottom path as well. Mew taking down the Umbreon. Thinko Galemo into a quick retreat onto Reggie.
Yeah, and right there we got to see the Fly versus Hyper Voice kind of interaction where it's like, well, there's just nothing you can do, and by the time you're down, you're just going to be so defenseless. You can basically get autoed down. We are going to see, once again, we saw this a lot in the previous set that we saw, kind of a solo from the Blaziken up top against that Regieleki. It's going to be sitting up there pretty solidly, I think, for a good amount of time right now. But they are just going to trade 1 for 1. We'll see if Zima Gogo decides to push down this Regieleki. I don't think that they're going to. They might try to see if they can get any picks, but the full commit looks like most of it's going to this EXP in the center. This Talonflame probably not getting out of there, but and it's going to be able to just nicely eject button away. Somehow no KOs altogether, while I'm assuming stealing a whole lot of those center EXP spawns. So good stuff from Singo Galemo.
It's clutch, and I really like how they played this as well. Not only did they secure the bottom Reggie, but they bought enough time for Volto to claim a lot of EXP in that central area, bringing Gyarados back on parity with everybody else. Half the health bar of that Eldegoss eliminated in one swift movement, and they're looking for more. They have to pull out. They know that that's going to be a bit of a stretch with all of Zima Gogo on the retreat. But despite being behind, admittedly only by 2 points, I think Singo Galemo in a much stronger position here. Although the levels are looking the same, it just feels like their micro decisions are a lot more consistent.
Yeah, and there's the Fly again to get him out of, again, another big kind of telegraphed AoE, but they're going to have to run away regardless. Ware's getting kind of stuck there in the mean look, but I don't think they're going to fully commit to that. Now, we're getting to a point where Zima Gogo is being pretty aggressive, but they're not really able to follow up. Double Fly! We're going to have the Fly unite into the Bird Fly. You love to see the double Fly, and then bounce as well. We're just going to get all the weird skip-a-turn flying attacks from VGC, and now maybe aggressive opportunities for Singo Galemo. They were able to take down the Eldegoss. Is going to come back pretty quickly, but 5 members all stacking top, maybe trying to take down this tier 1, fly away from a few different attacks. Looks like maybe there's a disengagement.
N hovering in the cone of Hyper Voice a little too long for my liking.
Well, yeah.
Hey, a bit too much damage. Maybe just looking to help a mate out, pad the stats a little bit, as both sets of Reggies are back on Thea Sky Ruins. A Reg Ice this time around on bottom path. Zima Gogo already going for it. Look at Umbreon eating that Wood Hammer. Look at the Solar Beam not taking the Reg Ice away from the Blazer. Kez does really well. Glacial Stage going down as well. Follow into the middle. Phantom Forces catches, I think, 2 or 3 in there. Not that it's done too much damage. We've got the Mystical Mirage here. All Unite moves basically being expended on this bottom path push. Shout out to the 4 score on the top off. Flame Sweep catches 2, but really doesn't deal too much damage. Still looking for a KO. Big auto. Finds one finally on the Sylveon. Lovely Horn Leech here from Fizzy. Got themselves an auto KO onto the Eldegoss. Guitar gonna fall as well. 2 KO streak for the big tree.
Ooh, and on top of that, Single Glemmo manages to get Regieleki up top for free. Gonna go into this tier 1 gold zone. Gonna set up for potentially a decent overdunk. I don't know if they just want the 13. Yeah, there's not a lot of points. Oh, this is gonna be a perfect overdunk.
Lovely.
Yeah, this is going to be total 26. Oh, no, more than that, 37. And they're going to push through, trying to find some KOs afterwards. Fly coming in again from the Bird. Not going to be able to find the pickup, though. Where's going to be the next one to go down? Unite coming out from the Gyarados to try and cut off N. I'm sorry, not cut off N, but kind of catch up to N. And they are going to finally just chase him down. Oh, my goodness, just barely getting out of there. Using the shield from that bounce, probably. Or no, it's not the bounce, the waterfall. You get a lot of shields as Gyarados and barely making out of there. So a great push, but Greg, oh my goodness, getting out with the coaching, it looked like. I keep thinking people are going to go down. Finally, somebody does, okay? Finally, it's going to be Fizzy, but maybe this tier 1 gold zone as well.
Yeah, I think this one is gone. No, never mind. Flame Sweep from the top ropes, and the mean look caught the fly. Oh, that is so unfortunate for N, where the last bastion. Yeah, this gold zone is done. Zima Gogo not taking no for an answer. I mean, think of Galemo. That was a number of successive moments of, oh, look, shiny, waving something in front of Zima Gogo as they tried to escape. Fantastic work from the purple team, who are now within 13 points of their opponents.
Yeah, this is really close. Levels are almost exactly even. The points are almost exactly even. It's definitely a point where it's negligible who's going to have the lead. Getting that buff from the Red Rock is going to be really nice going to this final 2-minute mark. Both teams have the exact same goal zones up as well, so I would expect that it's going to come down to these final 2 minutes. Slight lead from Single Glemmo, just barely. Probably, again, not going to be enough that it's going to matter. We're going to see an attempt to backcap from the Bird down in the bottom left. Talonflame is going to realize very quickly that they're not in a situation to be able to do that. Fly away, just try to waste some time. The Hyper Voice is going to get a little bit of damage, but Fly should be back up relatively soon. Gonna have to send Ware down there to try and defend, and no full engagement quite yet. 2 top pathers going to be kind of just sitting up there trying to defend. They're playing a lot of patience, and we saw another attempt from N, another one. It's like, come on, 3rd time's a charm.
I love it, though. And respect to Zazuro, who very quickly recognized, hold on a second, if I commit to this, Thinko Galemo knows that it's 4v3 in the central area, and they might be able to catch us out. That's the big game plan, I think, here from N, is to provide that distraction, or alternatively come in late into the game. But the more time that is burned, the less time that Zima Gogo has to be able to take the win. They're going to know definitively that they are behind exactly now. It's a close battle, it says, whether it's orange or green, who's to know? That's a big follow me, though. Check out Kez, who might get caught. Elite Tornado going to help out. Focus Blast catches 3, Solar Beam catches 1, but Fizzy's caught out big time. Mean Look leads to the first KO. They weren't even able to get their Unite move away. Glacial Stage now. Gyarados caught in a tough spot. Dragon Current, Mystical Mirage, flanked from the Hyper Voice Sylveon as well. We got ourselves a Dragon Current, not leading to a KO. In fact, it's the support that goes down. Where indeed? Where are you going to find the KOs? Thinko Galemo, N all on their own. Fly. Oh, great hold from Kez on the Blaze again. Patience personified.
Oh, and only 2 left up on Single Galemo. Gonna be able to at least get a little bit of hits in there with the Wood Hammer, but that is not gonna be enough. They are gonna get in more than enough points with just 5 seconds left on board to secure themselves that lead. And boy, wow, that was so tense. It went down to the final like 45 seconds when they finally managed to pull off one big pick. And being able to separate somebody from a Clefable, especially if it's a frontliner, is so gigantic. They saw that opportunity and Zimagogo just ran with it. A beautiful engagement from them. Their final 2 minutes so far in this tournament, in every single game that they've had, have been impeccable.
Agreed. And unfortunately for Thinko Guillermo, this really does fall on individual errors one at a time, and it all kind of starts with Fizzy on the Trevin. And one of the things that I called out there, because it was notable in its presence, was that he still had his Unite move available, and that Unite move at the very least would have provided shielding to keep him up for a little bit longer, delay the inevitable, so to speak. But if they'd actually layered it correctly, that would be a lot of Pokemon caught in one place, all with the Phantom Forest debuff, which could have led to a very different outcome. Zimagogo would not have had perhaps so much confidence to go all in on what was a crucial moment.
Yeah, there were a lot of little things right there. I mean, one big thing too was as soon as they saw the Unite come out from the Gyarados, there was a lot of really good split up from the side of Zmog, and they managed to, like, 2 people went up, 2 people went down, and then 1 person was caught in the middle, and we just saw them kind of just spinning around like, we gotta find a target, we gotta find a target. And the moment they found a target, I believe the Elagos actually used Cotton Crash to get away from it. I think that's what happened. There was a lot of like visual kind of stuff, but they didn't actually get hit, which was a really big deal. And that Unite can be a game changer. We saw actually Zimagogo, I think, used the, no wait, was Zimagogo that used it? Whatever. We saw the Gyarados earlier with a huge Unite engagement that managed to win an entire game. So it just little things here and there. It was just like one thing, like you said, starting with the Trevenant getting caught out, and then it was just like another thing and another thing and another thing, and then everything went their favor, even until the final moments where we've been seeing such good Blaziken play in general from Zimagogo. Whichever, okay, do you know which player that actually is?
Kez. It's Kez on the...
That's Kez. Okay.
I mean, they don't, not even Kesmog, which makes it even more difficult.
Right.
This is once again a PSA from all casters to literally all players. Please don't change your names. It makes things like 10 times more. We want to hype you up. We want to know who you are. Not in a weird way. Like, we just want to know who you are so we can actually say you're really good. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's more troll than Orange Team being the name. That is tough.
That's just funny.
Yeah, and it's very troll for production as well. But great stuff from Zimagogo. They was looking again like a very, very close game, but yeah, they just played that final 2 minutes so extremely well, which was definitely, I think, going to be like the toughest thing for them. They had such a strong early game comp that I mean, with obviously so many evolutions, that they were going to be able to control at least the first portion of the game. But once the other team kind of got everything that they had online and started scaling, especially with something like Gyarados there, it was going to get a lot more sketchy, a lot more scary, but they just did not let that get to them. Obviously, the evolutions are good the entire game. They never fall off, but you got to make sure that you play well so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think the big adjustment really for Zimagogo was that pivot to the mean look. That's nightmare fuel for any speedster. Even a Talonflame, we saw them caught once mid-fly via the Umbreon because the mean look came down before the fly was activated. So yeah, really, really tricky to be in that situation. And of course, they were going for the back cap, and Zimagogo clearly knows what Gogolemo's up to there. So yeah, it just didn't work out. Couple of individual errors. And I think this is a problem that persists with this team, unfortunately. Once you get into those final 2 minutes, you cannot afford those errors. Otherwise, well, what happened is going to happen again. But we now have to look forward to the draft phase, Chef. And the question is, what do you think Ogolemo try and counter with in terms of either comp or bans? For me personally, if you're going to be running a speedster, get that Umbreon off the table ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, Fly can, I'm going to go in on Fly again. Fly can be really good against Mean Look, but the thing is, you can't initiate with Fly, because if you do, you get punched with Mean Look so hard. You have to hold on to the Fly to kind of, like, okay, you get Mean Looked, you fly, and then it out times the Mean Look. But it looks like we're going to see actually the Umbreon ban from the other side, so maybe Single could go back to the Speedsters. They're going to be banning the Blastoise this time, but the Hoopa as well, which we actually have not seen at all today, even when it hasn't been banned. But I guess they've got an idea there what they don't want them to play.
I understand Zimagogo going for the ban on Umbreon because it's a high priority pick right now. It's back into that. I don't know how many are in the big 3, 5, 6, however many it is at this point. Honestly, shout out to Timmy. Actually, very good time to be a Pokemon Unite fan. But what we are going to see for the first time on stream today is not just Volto Ondi, but the Buzzwole in of itself.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you were just saying. Shoutouts, this is a pretty good batch overall for balance, right? And Buzzwole is one of those Pokemon where it's like it got nerfed, but it's still good. And we've seen even in recent tournaments, obviously, yesterday in the April Cups, we got to see a lot of really strong Buzzwole usage. So the fact that you can still value it as a first pick, even though it hasn't been banned or picked in any other game so far on broadcast today, is pretty big. And I do hope we do get to see this now. I want to see the Mamoswine. Mamoswine's been doing really well as well. I know LG's been playing it kind of like as a more bigger damage dealer. A lot of Japanese teams have been playing a lot of Mamoswine, but that's probably not what we're going to see. Crustle is going to be a very strong pick to try and steal away because Slowbro, I think it does tend to do extremely well in double defender comps, and you do not want to give them Slowbro plus Crustle.
Oh, speaking of Japan, one of its favorite combinations takes to Sky Ruins, the Zoroark Comfey combo, and this is what Thinko Galemo was slightly afraid of. We saw, of course, that earlier Comfey ban, although actually that might have been Zimagogo that made the ban, or maybe I'm remembering it from the last set. I apologize. As I get older, my memory does degrade something fierce, but they will round out this roster, Thinko Galemo, with the Blissey, with the Glaceon, so taking it out of the hands of Cesaro seems like a pretty sensible choice to me.
Yeah, I think this is really smart too. They were sure to ban away the Umbreon very early, so they set themselves up for a strong speedster comp. Oh, yeah. We're going to see the Lapras as well. I think we were talking to Zugrug yesterday. Was it Zugrug? Or I know it was Zugrug, who was saying that he still thinks that Lapras is quite strong. It's just people aren't really playing it all that well right now. Thinks that they gave up on a little bit too early, but definitely interesting as a last pick for this double defender comp.
Players in EU and NA giving up on Pokemon too early when a little more time playing would actually lead them to think, actually, this thing is still good. I wonder what would fix that. I guess we'll never know the answer, will we? Spoiler alert, it's playing more tournaments. Sign up, you cowards. I agree. I agree. I think that Lapras, it's a really interesting one because its Unite move it's not as strong in terms of its rotational capacity team-wise as something like a Hooper, for example. But in this particular microcosm composition, you can catch, in theory, the Zoroark and the Comfey and deliver them on a platter into the danger zone, and also you've got that knock up from the Lapras Express as it comes to a stop. I think the Bubble Beam's really great anti-dive as well, great slows. Ice Beam, obviously you need to sort of lay the trap and hope that the players aren't able to see it, but even between Water Pulse and Perish Song, I think both of those offer really interesting team fight dynamics, plus it's just really tanky, so we'll see what Zimagogo can put together here on Sky Ruins, a potential qualification place on the line at the end of this 2 minutes. Chef, will Zimagogo claim it?
Yeah, and a really interesting thing, of course, as we're going to see right here, is that it is going to be their top path Pokemon to directly go up against this Buzzwole. And, of course, you are going to have the Comfey for a little bit, although right now that Comfey almost disappeared, but you're not going to have Comfey a lot of the time. So they are depending on this being a pretty self-sufficient Lapras, right? It's going to be able to self-sustain a decent amount, and Lapras can certainly do that, but right now it's going to be a 2v3 top. This is going to be tough no matter who you are. Glaceon not going to melt Lapras as fast as it did once upon a time, but it's still going to be quite a menace against it.
Ring, ring, ring. Hello, Officer Zoroark. Are you here? Don't worry, I'm on the scene. And they're going to be joined by Exad. This is the nemesis, no pun intended, of so many NA and EU teams. Okay, you've decided to nerf Night Slash for some reason. That's not the dangerous moment here. Danger for Sazero, certainly, who has to pop the X speed, but watch out for Thief. So much damage dealt, but no KOs found. Good solidarity from Thinko Galemo, who claimed that middle Baltoy and choose conservatism.
Yeah, I mean, they know what they're up against right now. They know that if they are not completely careful the entire game, they are going to get picked off. And you know, even being careful means you can't even be on your own pad sometimes. They're going to see the points go in, and look at this, a lot of little free XP that they never actually farmed. Getting the Sobble on accident while trying to farm the Buttlebees. I guess that's a nice little bit of collateral EXP. You're like, oh wait, well, that was a fourth Buttlebee. What was that?
I think that Sobble was combating some inner demons or something, staring into the wall as if they'd been sent there into detention. Score's not out though, and we got ourselves some new ground rules being set by Qatar for the first time, not on that Umbreon, banned away by Zimagogo themselves, no doubt. That's a rare KO for a Comfey. The Vine Whip throwing it down, and Glaceon sent back to the Pokemon Center, as is Buzzwole in quick pursuit. Now it's a bit of free reign here in the purple zone. Bumblebees are plenty, more scores, more stacks, but nothing to destroy the zone.
Yeah, I mean, so far, though, that might be good. I feel like the game that Zimagogo is playing right now is really shutting down the EXP of Single Dilemma. So I think maybe kind of delaying breaking that gold zone as long as possible is going to be really strong. You know, not giving them that extra Indeed EXP, especially right before these first Reggies spawn. I mean, look at this level advantage. Level 9, their highest level was 7 until just a second ago on Single Dilemma. And that's going to mean, of course, as well, you know, we've got Unites available for this fight. This is going to be really scary. I think Single Dilemma almost, I don't want to say has to give this up, but needs to not let this happen, as we're going to see immediately the dive, immediately the Unite, but not a huge follow-up. We're actually just going to have to run away.
Yeah, that was a big whiff on the Unite move, actually. I think Ogilemo kind of get away with it, and it means that all 4 players here are still affectable. The Electrical just casually stealing the Reggie steal, by the way. Fantastic work from Rez, who fires off the auto. Blissey eats it. That... Oh my goodness, the Cruntle running away. Oh, how did you miss them, Zoroark? They've got the Inteleon instead, probably a higher priority target, to be fair. I'm not going to doubt you, Kez. You're absolutely cracked at the moment. X's catches 1, but the Flowery Fields forever. The second KO on the board for Kez. Big Icicle Spears, but still they can't find the KOs. N, Solar Beam, avoids that somehow. They're desperately trying to take down Qatar. They're not going to get the chance, but Greg takes it anyway. A little bit of a revenge, but for how long? This Zoroark is unreal. The Penta on the table. Surely. No, they take down the Mew instead. They've got to. There it is.
That was so delayed. I thought the timer was going to run out, but Penta going for 6, actually. If they can manage to get this, just do it. Just do it. Go for the 6. No, they're actually going to back up. I definitely would have egoed that 1000% of the time, but this clearly Zoroark pick is working out extremely well. That was exactly what they wanted to get, and I mean, a Penta is a rare thing to see. They're just continuing across the board. They're level 12, less than halfway through this game.
That's the most spiteful slow beam I have seen in a hot second. Cezero wasn't even given a hope. Oh, sorry, not Cezero, my apologies. I forget this. Thick Ogilimither's got it. Let's talk about what's actually happening now. Super Swole Slam, here is Cezero. Guess what? They are going to go down anyway, but that's because 5 individuals are surrounded them. Here comes Qatar, though. Got that Comfey in tow as well. Manages to stop all 4 scores. Slammed into the drown. Make them a signpost. Why don't we Bolto, as Qatar is not able to delay the inevitable. That's a big score, big moment in the grand scheme of things for Thicko Galemo, who get loads of points onto the board, really increases their overall level capacity, and they get Reggie Alecki high value push.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe even the biggest thing there is that they managed to KO, you know, a level 12 Zoroark. So we immediately see so much return EXP for them. They've gotten close to evening things up. Of course, they don't have a level 12 themselves, but they're just below that. They're pretty much tied, or even they're above the levels of Zimagogo, aside from Zoroark, who's obviously going to be kind of the focus here. Level 13 now.
Very scary. Ominous, you might say.
Yeah,
but will this be a horror story, or will it turn into a comedy? They've already whipped 1 Unite move. They don't want to whip a second. Here we go. They do actually catch 1, but they don't get the KO. In fact, they are KO'd themselves. Big play from N. Mystical Mirage able to eat up all of that Ice Cream Spear damage, going for the KO themselves. Thank you very much. How about a taste of your own medicine? X is up to catch the Mew now. Big snipe shot, but somehow Resmog survives it.
Ooh, just barely somehow. There was also a 1v1 happening up top while this is happening, and looked like Buzz will manage to at least make the Lapras run away, but this now, like with Zoroark going up to help that 1v1, this is going to be a less contested Regirock for Zimagogo. Zoroark is going to be coming down, Lapras is going to be coming down, but they might get here a little bit too late, or they might get the best flank of all time. Actually, the ping, they're going to use the Lapras Unite to go in, but immediately dumped away from Volto. Still, though, two members of Single Dilemma are going to go down off the bat, and Volto's trying to get as many dunks as possible, but this Zoroark is doing exactly what it was meant to do. It is getting pretty low, but Volto's going to be the next unfortunate victim, and that Regieleki, or sorry, not Reggie, the Basin Reggie, pretty happy. Fizzy's going to go down as well, because nobody's going to deal with that Reggie. They're going for the tier 2 goal zone first, and then finally maybe going to be going and rotating back for this poor Regirock.
I actually love this play though from Zimagogo, because that Regieleki coming into play now means that Thinko Galemo have another target, and Zimagogo have read them like a book. They're like, oh, they're not going to contest this, they're going to go for the Regieleki. Look, they can get so much value because we've lost our tier 1. But guess what? All of that EXP has boosted Zimagogo to a level 14 Zoroark, a level 13 Mew. By the way, Rez, I saw you popping off big time with that scope screen. Big damage. Thinko Galemo will practically get this Regieleki uncontested unless Azura wants to have a say about it. No, they're going to be focusing on the EXP, and I don't blame them either, because we're 10 seconds away from Regieleki on its way. I doubt the Zimagogo is going to defend this much, however. Thinko Galemo need to have all hands on deck. They win this, Chef, or they're down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it looks like you're completely correct. They're just going to let that go in, which is an opportunity for a pretty big back cat. They're going to leave at least one defender there, but already we're starting to see a decent amount of damage go onto the Rayquaza. The initiation's happening. Volto getting caught out immediately off the bat. They're going to get decently low, but not enough to get the KO. Ice Cold Spear is, of course, going to be unstoppable at that point. Trying to get a little bit of a body block from the slow bro, but Rayquaza down to about half life, and that initiation is going to come from Zimagogo first. They're going in. Zoroark immediately just going to dive into that back line. This is going to be dive into dive. The dunks are happening, trying to stop there. Volto doing a really good job, but not enough to quite get that KO. So far, only Blissey going down. Everybody's staying pretty healthy, but no, finally one by one, the members of Single Limo going down, only enough to trade for that slow bro.
James Pond has just been met by Pokemon Unite's version of Goldfinger. Their name is Resmog, and they most certainly have the Midas touch. They finally go down, but they had 3 KOs in the space of 30 seconds, roughly, dealing big damage onto all 3 of these Pokemon, which means that Zimagogo's been able to extend their lead 315 to 115. 200 burgers ties things up, but if it remains tied, then Zimagogo win because they reach the score first. Minute details separating these two squads. Zimagogo on the precipice. That's a deep dive, though! Big mistake!
Oh, this is a good opportunity for them to take over. They're going to be going next for Slowbro. The dunk's going to work. That's 2 members down, 5v3, but there's only 30 seconds left. They're going to be next going for the Lapras. Looks like it's going to be able to get out of there, not unscathed, but the one that will be KO'd is the Rayquaza, getting taken by Greg. Another KO. They've got 16 seconds left. They're going to be able to get the Hundo Burger up top. I don't know if they're going to get a full Hundo Burger on bottom, but there's a counter score coming from Lapras down in the bottom left. They've got to get more points in this center goal zone. I actually don't know who has the lead here. They did not have 50 points in pockets. All the scoring's going to be done. I think I have no idea who won, honestly.
I think Thinko Galemo had enough. That was a lot of AOS energy that went into that home base. What was it, like 192 in total? And indeed, it was enough. Thinko Galemo, much like Zimagogo before them in game number 1, in the very last seconds of this contest, pull out a win. And I have to say, much in the same way as Fizzy was the first domino to fall in a series of events that led to Thinko Galemo's demise in game 1, Chef, that huge misplay from Kez on the Zoroark, who had been sensational up until that point. Let us not beat about the bush. They were MVP for like 9.5 minutes, but because they went down so early, Thinko Galemo were able to capitalize, and it means that we're going to game 3, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that is a domino that's so big that it knocks over, 4 other dominoes just by itself. Like, you don't even need to set off the chain reaction there. And I gotta say, amazing job from Volto in general on that buzz wall.
Yeah.
At the end, choosing the perfect reactionary targets to kind of CC, which by reactionary targets, I mean, of course, Zoroark pretty much all the time. But the way that they turned there, used the, Glaceon just kind of auto-targeting it, Buzzwole auto-targeting it. It was just a great way for them to react and turn all of that around. And maybe getting a penta is a way to be like, oh, maybe we'll get him overconfident, we'll just hand him the free penta and then we'll win easy, no big deal.
No big deal indeed. Take off the mask wear. We know that you're Nurse Joy. 132k healing. A huge part of that win. But she and everybody else, they're going to have to work together once again. Game 3, qualification to the main event on the line for both of these squads. Who's going to get there first? We're going to find out after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Elite Tour, where honestly every game's been a banger. Should you expect no less? I'm Relic. I'm joined by Chef. Of course, shout out to the wonderful Bacon, who is doing both observing and producing today. Absolute G, Giga Chad. Giga Chad themselves nowhere in sight, but very much in our focus right now. Chef is Thinko Galemo and Z Magogo, who go to game 3. Winner finds themselves in the main event. Flip a coin. There's no way of telling between these two.
Yeah, flip a coin, flip a Rayquaza, same thing. But no, honestly, too, not only has it been super close, but the comps have been very, very different both times around from both teams. And it seems that both sides can make anything work. We've had a lot of really big comebacks in the final 2 minutes of these games. So It's a big mystery to me what's going to happen this time around. We may see some sort of counter here, whether it be a ban or some sort of pick otherwise to try and stop the Zorak happening again, because that was pretty strong, and we are going to be on the same sides here as far as picks.
I think Ogolemo, yeah, we'll have that first pick then. Blastoise, Hooper, their selections off the table. Zimagogo have already run the Umbreon out of town. Looks like they're going to be locking in that Leafeon as second choice, which should honestly lead to an opening pick of somewhere in the Trevenant, maybe Crustal sort of area for Think Ogolemo. They could go very left field, and actually they're going to run back exactly what they did in game number 2. It's the Buzzwole out yet again.
I think that makes sense. I mean, the Buzzwole, even though it got shut down a little bit early on, it was so impactful in the game. So going forward again, it's huge. It's also such a good counter to the Zoroark, just because even though it can't infinite dunk people, basically, it's still going to have the ability to CC them extremely well for a short amount of time. And it looks like we may be just going for full repeats as far as Cinco Golemo. They look pretty happy with that comp. They just got to do a little bit of a tighter job maybe early, not getting run over. Although Zimagogo's chance to kind of switch things up if they want to go for that Zora Comfey once again, or just a little bit more of a normal comp.
Rotating in that Espeon, which is an interesting call from Think Ogolemo, and Zimagogo are actually going to take that as an opportunity to pick up the Inteleon for themselves, which is an interesting reversal of fortunes of methodology of choice. There's lots of different ways we can say it. I'm going to run through all of them as I buy time to see what else they lock in. Where with the Clefable? Somebody get Zoinks on the phone. That is a wild decision from N. I thought the Talonflame was crazy, but that is outrageous.
I will call Zoinks. He's probably on the plane back home, going home from UCS. But this, may I note, is a ridiculous comp from Zimagogo. I'm obviously, we're going to talk about the Gengar, but before the Gengar, they managed to get basically, if they want to, everybody who is super far ranged, but the Venusaur, looking at its items, I'm assuming is going to be Petal Drain, Leaf Venusaur, not going to be the Beamosaur, because they could go double Beam Sniper, which would be ridiculous, but I do like that as their kind of top path option, and I'm excited to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And I think running into the Buzzwole, that makes the most sense to go with, at the very least, Petal Dance. Maybe you'd want to go Sludge Bomb for the slows. I mean, you know, that's fair enough, but I agree with you so much. I think that choosing the Buzzwole and its long-time traditional counter in Clefable, brilliant. And you've got 2 comfort picks for 2 of your main leaders in the team as well, which I think is fantastic news. N.
Yes.
Look, I love Gengar. I literally, my first purple holoware was that wonderful astronaut Gengar. I still love running it. I think that Dream Eater has a lot of early game potential, but it's very squishy. It lacks disengage options, Chef. If you're going to go into the back line, you need KOs. There is no other option.
Yeah, the disengage for Gengar is walking away when there's nobody left on the other team. Like, that is exactly what you can do. I do love that classic of whiffing just normal autos to be able to get that boosted and use that to get over that first wall. You use it to get a little bit more damage. I will say as well, I personally think Lick is like an extremely strong option. Oh, it does look like maybe there's some disconnects or a disconnect. You know, I get it. I'd be afraid of the Gengar as well. They're like, oh, hold on a minute, let's disconnect. We got to figure out what the strategy is here. No, I'm just kidding. They didn't do that. But I mean, I'm really interested to see exactly why they're going with this. And I mean, there are some really strong targets to dive, right? Inteleon, amazing target to dive. Muse, amazing target to dive. So you've got to try and I mean, get rid of those targets. One of the big things that Inteleon is, I think, if I remember correctly, had a super high win rate today and kind of every day. So maybe just trying to deal with that is, I mean, it's true, right? Inteleon is always really high impact. impact, whether it be secures or just controlling space or doing 10,000 or 100,000 damage or whatever it wants to do. Maybe this is kind of the hard counter to that, especially because rather than going for the Zoroark again, they were like, well, we're going to steal away your Inteleon. So like, okay, well, we're going to steal away your Inteleon is EXP over and over and over, which could work out. But again, I don't know. Gengar, you have to get going, and that's the problem.
Hey, remember when Liquidation was good? I sure do. And actually that, I mean, it wasn't even a nerf. It was we're just going to do everything but remove the move from the Pokemon. That in of itself makes Inteleon a lot more vulnerable. So obviously its damage output is still crazy. Snipe Shot, one of the most powerful individual moves in Pokemon Unite right now, but not having that surefire, that lock-on potential of Liquidation means that Pokemon like Gengar can get a lot more mileage out of directly engaging an Inteleon. And as much as it does have limited options in terms of disengage, if it all of a sudden finds itself faced with 3 of its friends, Phantom Ambush as a Unite move isn't exactly well known for its damage output. In fact, it's more known for its maneuverability and its opportunities to either flank or get out of danger. So I think that there is potential in this Pokemon. I think that there is certainly a lot of let me put it this way, Chef. The thing that I've been crying out for since AOS Cup is for people in EU and NA to understand that left field picks that are not meta, aren't to be feared. They are to be embraced, because if you can find some mileage with something like Gengar, it is you're asking the opponents to account for something that they never would have accounted for in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I think as well, this is a great time to do it. You kind of like test out your normal stuff and you're like, okay, like we're close. Next game, okay, we're close. And the third game, it's like, well, we've got to be the team that throws that one wrench in the other team's plans just a little bit more than, the other team, obviously. So this is the time to kind of pull out that kind of weird pick and throw them off balance as they're starting to get used to how your team plays. So I think it's cool. There's also a few, kind of multi-stage evolution Pokemon on the side of Zimagogo. So they might have a little bit more time to actually I guess start to pop off, start to power up, but this is a big risk. Again, this is game 3. Winner qualifies into the finals at the end of the month, so this is a big deal, and they're putting it all on the line with the Gengar.
Yeah, lose and you do get one more life, so to speak. You fall into the lower bracket semifinals, and you have a chance to get through into the top 8 that way, but you really want to go through it the first time of asking. You don't want to risk a team building up, even if it is limited momentum in the lower bracket, momentum nonetheless that could feel them, or that could leave them feeling feisty, I should say. And very feisty aggression from Zimagogo, gonna bite them as Mew ends up being our K opener of the day via that Eevee. Meanwhile, top path where could they are going to follow suit. Caught out by Bulbasaur here, but N not able to make that initial Dream Eater count. Lots of damage done. My apologies, Hex. That's a great spot from our producer, of course. But they are on that top path most importantly. And so Zimagogo going to be very aware of that.
I think, I actually think it's a little bit weird that, he just told me I was muted, so I feel like I shouldn't be mean to him, but it's weirder that Bacon remembers the moves from Gengar. We should look at his solo queue history. It's weirder to not, he literally just said he loves Hex. That is a good call out, and we are going to see where it go down again. This is tough. This is looking like a top path that is just so much aggression from Zimagogo, which I feel like top path really wins games right now. That is why I was talking to one of my friends, who's an observer, professional observer for a lot of other esports, and I was talking we stayed on top path a lot in this game. As we were watching ECS yesterday, I was like, right now top path is everything.
That's a lovely catch, but hey, Slowbro's just gonna Slowbro, eat it up and run away. Not even gonna pay the bill. What a poor customer. I'm surprised that N is remaining relevant in the conversation. He's not going to be able to have much. It is Dream Eater. It's 100% Dream Eater that they're running. So is it Dream Eater Hex? I'm struggling to remember exactly what they're doing here. That's definitely Dream Eater, 100%. Yeah. So let's actually remove that question from Bacon. He clearly doesn't remember the moveset of Gengar, and clearly Hex he's been lying about it. You know, Hex isn't one of his loves. It's
you know, there have been times where all the movesets for honestly that Pokemon have been pretty strong. But right now there's gonna be a fight up top again as it continues. We're just getting caught out so many times, not having the mobility to get out of there. And this is not a high mobility team. They're also gonna catch N, and Volto is gonna be able to at least have these citrus berries. Maybe get some sort of reverse turnaround at least on, well, at least the support is what I was gonna say, but no chance at all. This top path is looking so tough, and this is a big deal. You know, N playing on that Gengar or currently at Haunter is just kind of low impact. Regirock though, at the moment, we'll see if they can get in, maybe try to get a steal, and oh no, it's gonna actually go still to the same team, but the Espeon with that secure. But we really need to see it get to the Gengar, and then things can potentially start.
It's already taken too long. Let's put it that way. And Fizzy spending a little too much time, especially when there's like Stealth Rock. What is Thinko Galemo cooking? Finally, the Haunter's going to get a KO onto that Eldegoss. Tries to find one on Kez. They're not, by the way. Mew and Venusaur put a stop to that. There was an attempt to stop this T1 break. Relatively, well, I mean, it does find some success in that the T1 doesn't break, but that's still a lot of score down. And once again, Qatar running riot on this slow break. Finally taken down by the Crustle on this occasion, but take a gander at the top of the screen, folks. 0 to 148. Thinko Galemo failing to find any sort of anchor point so far.
Yeah, this is not looking super good so far, but we've seen a lot of turnarounds. Right now, I just think, I mean, we finally do see the Gengar. We just got to see Thinko Galemo find their moments. The level difference is not gigantic, actually, despite the fact they've been losing pretty strong, and that is a huge dunk, but able to stay alive. Giga Drain with that little bit of extra self-sustain finally goes down, though, so we are going to see at least one KO start to get on board for N on this Gengar, and that's what they're looking for. I mean, you know, all things considered, it's level 10 tied with level 10s on the other side. That's not bad.
It's not bad, but I also saw him with 2 Dream Eaters in a row. Like the one move that you have to nail to actually make Gengar work in this particular moveset. It's rough boy hours for N at the moment, but don't discount him just yet. I mean, the fact that he's now level 11, there is an opportunity to pop off later in the day. And it is, I mean, look, as much as there are no scores yet for Thinko Galemo, 148 is not an irretrievable account, especially with Rayquaza still a factor to play.
This is going to be a Regi Ice that's pretty heavily contested. They're just burning it down. We're going to see the Surf in from Qatar to try and stop it. The Beam is actually going to be stealing it from Resmog. Great job, but they are in a little bit of a vulnerable position. I mean, they have so much range between the Inteleon and the Mew. It's really hard to get that engaged. They are going to start with the engage. A beautiful Unite coming out from that Espeon. It's like Solaire, but I don't know if they have the opportunity to fully dive in. We've got to land one big skill shot to start things off from N, who's gonna get a good opportunity here, but there's so many people around there trying to stop them. The snipe shot, they're gonna be the ones hit with the skill shot first. This tier 1 gold zone, almost without a doubt, is going down. Can they get the big overdunk on it? I think they actually mismathed that. We got the points in from the Venusaur instead, but I mean, they're ahead by so many points, it almost doesn't matter at this point.
There was a lot of standing, there was a lot of staring, there was a lot of hypothesizing from that Gengar. No hypothesizing. Oh, they used a Phantom Ambush to great effect, actually. They actually show a lot of restraint, not going all the way in, but setting themselves up for the perfect Dream Eater into Shadow Ball. 2 down, 3 to go. Eldegoss picks up the Citrus Berry. Super Swole Slam's going to confirm the KO. Snipe shot from afar, but the T1 falls. Finally, something to hold on to for Thinko Galemo. 94 to 231 is kind of where we were at 2 minutes ago, to be very honest, Chef. But you actually then take a little gander at the levels, and it is completely even. Gengar and Espeon, the big standouts, of course, for Thinko Galemo. Zimagogo, I'm watching out for Kez again, being so brutal on the Blaziken, and he's looking to carry that momentum over rather successfully, if I may say so, on the Venusaur as well. Here he goes again. Yeah,
ooh, just trying to get out of there. A little bit of a distraction here from where and maybe could find a hit through a wall here, but not going to risk it. It's 2 minutes 40, and they really, I think, want to build back that Unite move. It's going to be a big deal for them. They are going to be the first level 13 in the game. Somehow Gengar just holding on to that EXP lead. This looks like it's going to be a quick burn down of this Red Rock and give them a nice little buff for the end. But look at this, tier 1 gold zone up top. Oh, look at that beautiful observing, right as I say it, is going to be going down. And then the Regieleki is going to be undoubtedly burned down right after that. So this is going to pretty much tie things up as far as score and set up a pretty scary position for Zimagogo, who's now behind in levels. Just exactly tied, right as I say that, of course. 13-13, 12, 11-11. So we are exactly tied. Points are very close. Somehow San Diego stayed in this.
Both strategies made sense for both teams. Kez knows that Gengar is there. He has 100% got vision on N, who yet again goes for a back cap. They're gonna find success, but for how long? They have to burn the Phantom Ambush just to get away. Look at that front stroke. Look at that form. Stick him in a swimming pool. Surely they're a water type. Oh, they missed the Dream Eater on the Mew into the eject button, caught by the Solar Beam, and ends his venture is over. But so is the Mew. Virgin Anger. Petal Dove straight into the middle of the Thinko Galemo formation, going after the Rubble Rouser. Crossel maybe the Rock Tomb to slow Katar just momentarily, but now the switch for Zimagogo. Are they going for the rip? Are they looking to bait out? Well, they have baited out where? This is eerily familiar to game number 1. Fizzy surely going to fall too. Yes, down they go. We're looking for a Super Soul Slam, but they're caught in the slow beam. Big catch, not baseball. This is Pokemon Unite, baby. And Zimagogo, unless there's a huge steal here, which they're not going to find, Thinko Galemo will take the victory. All they got to do, Chef, is dunk 'em points.
Oh, that was almost a steal as well. Obviously, a pretty low chance of that being possible, but this does look like it's going to confirm Zimagogo in game number 3 with just, again, a win in the final 2-minute mark. They were behind I wouldn't say behind slightly. They were in a tougher position because of the Regieleki. Then they were behind by points just slightly, but the way that they played that out was so smart. And I mean, it's a repeat of what we saw before, where we saw N actually get a lot of mileage finally out of this Gengar, but they went in, they had to use Unite to escape, they missed the skill shot, and then they just got caught out. And like you said, there's no disengage. The only way to disengage is to win the fight with Gengar, and unfortunately, if you start off by missing a shot, everything just goes the direction you don't want it to go.
I don't mind a dice throw every now and again. Was now the time for a Gengar? Well, if we're going to continue on with that metaphor, Chef, I'm afraid that it came up Snake Eyes. 3 and 2 is simply not good enough on a speedster, and the fact that Gengar got MVP kind of says it all. Zimagogo with a much more tried and tested composition, and it just seemed like every which way Thinko Galemo looked, Zimagogo got the textbook out and they had the answer ready to read off.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things was, I just think that when you're looking at, obviously at the end of the game, right, there's an opportunity to get in some points with the Regieleki, and usually you're just going to send your speedster over there, but Gengar is not your normal speedster, right? Like if that was Talonflame with Fly, you go in, you score, you fly away, you use your mobility, and boom, you're gone. But Gengar, the fact that your only way to get out of there is use your Unite, you might as well just send someone else at that point, or just not send anybody. I mean, we just gotta, again, talk about how well played it was from Zimagogo. The Venusaur play, the Petal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur was extremely strong. I mean, that was a really smart pick. It's so hard to dive that, and that was one of the big reasons why we saw the Gengar get picked out. I mean, it was there to defend once the thing actually happened, made them use the Unite, and then by the time the Unite went all the way around, they went right back into the Giga Drain and the Petal Dance. It was like, wait a minute, you're back there again. That's not good.
A glutton for punishment, some might say, and well, they're gonna get their wish if that was what they're intending, because they're heading through the trap door and into the lower bracket. One more chance to find themselves in the top 8. That's where Zimagogo finds themselves. But we are going to find another one after this, I believe. We're going to be heading to the other side of the upper semifinals, the upper qualifying matches, you could call them. A bit of a shock in the previous round, where Version Zero have taken down always seemingly the bridesmaids of these tournaments, Flaming Hot Depressos. Version Zero, they've earned themselves a date with letters, A to L, third in the recent April Cup EU. We'll see whether it's as much of a one-sided competition as we might expect. It'll be here after this. Welcome back to Elite Tour here on Unite Battle Hub. Zima Gogo have Gogo gadgeted their way into the main event. We're going to find out another one of those teams to join them. Them being myself, Relic. I'm joined by Chef. And we got ourselves Letters. Previously, pretty good EU team. Most recently, a third-placed EU team. Definitely the number one seed going into today.
Yeah, their best placement in UCS so far, but it's a pretty rare thing nowadays for kind of any of or NA teams to stick as a team for longer than several days, and they have, and it's really shown that they've leveled up together, which is really great to see. And you know what? If I had to choose of all the troll names, I like A through L better than most. We get to call them alphabet. We get to say the entire thing sometimes, but I've seen them obviously quite a bit this season, and we've seen, of course, a bunch of these players before this season. But I'm glad that they're doing well, and we'll see if they can, kind of instant qualify here.
Yeah, shout out to Krinsky, by the way, who attempted to qualify with a completely different team just a couple days ago. The grind is real, and the grind has paid off for, well, a team that I guess most people would know previously as version 1. They've decided to go to a previous model, now version 0. Bit of a surprise, though. 2-0 winners against Flaming Hot Depressos, a side in good form.
Yeah, Flamin' Hot Depresses have been doing quite well. Also recently, of course, in the NA qualifier, they were in grand finals against the new LG, and they took them to game 3 and won the Rayquaza fight, and then lost barely, which was amazing. But if that had gone any different at all, their defense had been a little bit better. They would have been the ones already qualified. So to see them go down already is, I don't want to say surprising. Obviously, there's so many good teams here, but it's a little bit surprising at least. I'm also a really big Flamin' Hot Depressos fan because their comps are ridiculous, just ridiculous.
I think they are the team that are writing a tragedy in the making right now. Second place in both NA qualifiers. Yeah. So if they don't make it into the top 8, my heart goes out to them. Also, they are cursed. there's no other explanation that I can come up with. But of course, this is actually quite an interesting matchup. By virtue of it being an EU versus NA match. And so they've chosen, I believe it's an Eastern North America server to put this match on. My brain's not working. It's not clicking together, but it's in theory a disadvantage to the EU team. But then again, on paper, the EU team should be the better team here. So which way have you got this one going, with the form book or with the upset?
I mean, there's some great players on version 0, but A through L, if they're playing like they played yesterday at all, they are. It's going to be hard for anybody in this tournament to stop them. I mean, obviously they only need one more win, but yes. This is that's a team that they're looking really, really good in my book right now. So even on ping, and honestly, Unite is a game where the highest level competitive teams are not. There's not a million in every single region, so I do think a lot of the best teams do have a lot of experience playing on ping, just to be able to practice with a lot of the other regions. Especially right now, I kind of feel like more and more regions are playing together a lot, just because they realize, especially after AOS Cup, that it's well, hold on a minute, every region has something really unique, really cool, and honestly, you gotta play on ping sometimes. So maybe A through L is just used to it, and they're just gonna go with what they play on ping.
Great segue. Hi Australia, we see you. More specific, or more encompassing the OCE region, I should say, or Oceania. So enthusiastic has been your response to Battle Hub joining the region that we've decided to extend Open Series for one more month, just for you and only you. This is a region. Take note, folks out there, we see you, who always turns up. It doesn't matter how prestigious the team is. It doesn't matter how small the team is. Every single time this bracket is filled, and they produce banger games time after time. If you're willing to get in early, if you're an EU or I guess Asia head, or if you're willing to be like chef and stay up until
Yeah,
wild hours to cast it, then it's definitely worth tuning in for. And it's worth tuning in for mostly because for the month of May, we're heading down under, but in a different way. Or was that a tease of something?
Ooh.
Maybe not. But yes, please be sure to sign up for that if you haven't already, if you're still awake at this point, of course. But otherwise, yes, back to the action here in Elite Tour. And I'm kind of on the same wavelength as you, Chef. I think that letters too many good elements to this roster to ignore, even with the ping differential. But if version 0 was to go on and win, how would we imagine that they do it?
I do think that currently, my it looks like my picture froze, but it's okay.
You're looking very
good pace.
intensely into the camera. Yes.
I know. I like this. Can we just leave it frozen? I'm gonna figure out why that happened. But
time to screenshot that new profile picture in the making.
I know. Look at that.
Yeah.
I'm like looking right into everybody's soul. I do think that if they are going to win, as I'm trying to figure out why my camera's not working, they probably have to go for honestly, there's a few different things that, like, UNA, they a lot of times they undervalue a lot of Pokemon, right? And I think that if you're gonna kind of, I don't want to say play up again, because version 0 is not, it's not like it's like bad players. Obviously they're quite good, but A through L is just clearly on a roll right now. But I think you got to look at some of the Pokemon that other regions are using and maybe pick those. Like we got Dragonite, or we see some really strong Mamoswine plays, or there's just a lot of different things that you can kind of look at right now. And it kind of goes back into what I was saying, where like you got to practice with other regions and see what they're doing.
You just got to practice more.
Yeah,
just
enter more tournaments, right?
Like, guess what? If you were a team who has not signed up for today because you're scared about something new working, we had literally 4 regional qualifiers previously to, help you learn. And version 0 really embracing the Australia, by the way, with the straight up Absol ban. Gotta respect that. They see danger written all over A2L. The Trevenant also heading onto the ban table. Slowbro, A2L's first selection. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Umbreon or a Blastoise or a Leafeon following this up. I totally didn't say that as it appeared. I totally knew what I was talking about. There you go, folks. So Blastoise and Umbreon on the table, but only one can be selected straight out of the gates for version 0.
Blastoise first pick. Not the first time we've seen that today. That's going to leave a lot of options on the other side. The Umbreon's there. The Crustal's potentially there if they want to lock down the end of defenders. Of course, double defender from either of these comps could be pretty good. Or yeah, you just go early for the support. So choosing that Blissey, I think that it's kind of an indication that we might end up seeing some sort of like kind of harder carry on that side that they can Bliss assist. But we'll see what it ends up being. Version 0, they were hovering over the Cramorant. I was excited for a moment. They decided not to give me that happiness.
I mean, listen, yet. I think Cramorant's definitely one of those flex picks, and I think for the moment you want to fill out that front line as they have done with the Eldegoss, and they've got some nice objectives secure with the Espeon there as well. Looking over to A to L, a couple of all-rounders being floated here. We know that that's what Oscar likes in particular. Big landing on the Scizor. I imagine probably looking at a Scyther more like. Maybe it depends on the final selections for version 0 here, but got good backline presence with the Inteleon as well.
No, actually, this is exactly what I was talking about. I think that, well, although it's going to be A through L using it, but the idea of Scyther is so strong in a bunch of other regions. LATAM South and LATAM North, they both are using a strong amount of Scyther. Japan is really highly valuing Scyther. They just had a big qualifier, like a pre-qualifier for their WCS qualifiers, like stage 1 of 3, and they had a lot of Scyther bans. I was watching it last night. I definitely didn't stay up too late watching that when I should have been sleeping. And Dragonite, hold on, is A through L just a Japanese team? Yeah, they're definitely a Japanese team. Yeah, can we make sure this isn't Kabi-chan's? Let's check their IPs. They're cheating.
Got me singing Yata, boys. My goodness. That is a really, really interesting roster composition that they put together. Really love the selection process in general. Dragonite almost certainly going to head central area. Of course, that Umbreon's going to be up pretty quick, laning, I'd imagine, with the Blissey. I mean, there's a possibility that the Scyther shares central area with the Dratini initially. It's a little bit more simple for version 0, actually. Split central area for both EVs, getting those 2 damage dealers online nice and early. But that is a hot kettle of a composition, Chef. It's difficult to handle in my eyes. And going to be curious to see how the Americans shape up to this, because like you say, EU playing Japanese today, it seems.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think that we're probably going to see the Dragonite in center area. I mean, we see a ton of center area Scyther as well, but just looking at their items, you know, Scyther's the one with the stacking items, and Dragonite didn't have any. I would assume that there's probably a good chance it would have had a stacking item if it was going to go top, but we'll see. I don't know. I could very much be wrong with this. I mean, the combo on the other side was really good too with version 0. They've got a lot of evolutions. They've just got a really solid kind of meta comp at the moment. If I've got one thing to look at that I'm a little bit scared about, is that their range isn't super high, but there's not really a huge range on the other side except for the Inteleon. It's not like it's going to be Inteleon plus Mew. So they're definitely going to have to find their way to get their big engagements, but they're just going to be so strong early.
Well, I mean, Dragonite's Unite move, Draco Impact, of course, is really great at just closing off backline escapes, and so that's doubly worse, really, for version 0, who, as you say, rightly already are struggling. Let me just retract that statement. They're not struggling early game, at the very least. An early KO, the KO opener, as we like to say. Unambiguously stealing another Doob Snacks phrase. I do apologize, my good friend. But doing really nice, getting early stacks in, that's exactly what they want. But similar things can be said for Letters in on the bottom path. Lovely steal away with the Swift. It means that is online with that Espeon. I will attempt not to give a guttural pronunciation of that name ever again. I imagine I will get very boring very quick.
My voice is already you know, at its limit right now, so I don't know if I can do that even one time. But I did expect this. Basically, a lot of early aggression from the side of version 0 with all these evolutions. They're going to have such a strong advantage early on, but points are staying relatively even. There haven't been too many KOs. It's not the worst thing so far.
No, absolutely. Oh, almost caught out here, Big Mac. Force back. Coco in quick pursuit with the XP to cover this off, but Oscar still lurking. Oh, wow. Misses, unfortunately, with that initial strike, and it kind of forces them back immediately. The Pollen Puff's going to steal away the XP. Very nicely done here from Coco, as down on the bottom pass, Cedric here is very sad indeed. Sad and lonely and unable to stop the 26 from going in. Stored power flies away, almost catches them out with the Psybeam as well before Krinsky returns to give them a little bit of support.
Looks like we're going to get a good amount of the EXP going center to A through L as well. I would actually like to see even more aggression from version 0. As time goes on in this game, I feel like A through L is going to scale better and better. They've got the Inteleon, they've got the Dragonite. Scyther can scale well in its own way, and I mean, going to be good. The Blastoise is going to start scaling a little bit later, since it was, of course, that top path option, but it just feels like with their early lead, they needed to steal a lot more of an early lead, which they could do right here. Cedric here is going to be immediately KO'd off the board. Ayame is going to probably be the next target. Going to be able to barely get the citrus berries, but stealing them away from Umbreon now, and the tier 1 gold zone. This is basically what I was asking for. Version 0 going to take an early tier 1, and now they've got a lot more leeway going the rest of this game.
It's a very smart early look for version 0. I'm just slightly concerned about the later situation. No Blastoise online. Meanwhile, A through L have got that Dragonite and Inteleon ready to go. And I'm afraid the Big Mac is not going to be able to deny what could be a very easy Regieleki take. Although that said, in comes the Rapid Spin. Got support with the Elder Goss as well. Regice has been taking on that bottom path as XP to the global pool. 40 with the Hyper Beam. Easy as you like, isn't it? But Oscar's going to pay shortly. Draco Impact manages to catch out 2, goes in looking for another Hyper Beam, but Coco gets back to the zone in time. Now the Rapid Spin, they've bitten off a little bit more than they could chew there. Ultimately, it's Ayame with the KO on the Blastoise, but now Regieleki's being stopped at the door.
Sometimes you just get slapped. Now it's just a support versus support there, which is pretty funny up top, plus the Regieleki. But that was a weird way to tie that fight in its own weird way. Obviously, A2L managed to get the Regieleki, so that's a bigger advantage. And they would have really liked for that to go go a little bit more their way so they can start tying up this score. Currency's going to get a few more points in, but really nothing significant. Look how much Eos energy is on the ground above them, just right directly in center path. But these pockets are nearly full already, so I don't know what they can really do with that. Looks like instead they're going to be going for the bottom path, the Psychic Solaire, to try and just defend a little bit longer. A little bit of a follow-up as well. Everybody flanking down from that center path area. Grinsky all alone, undoubtedly going to be melted down in just seconds. A great turnaround. Version Zero still holding on to this lead.
It's one of the most tragic things in the entire game where you see someone just stand still, accepting their fate. They know that this is the end. They're going back to the Pokemon Center for a quick respawn. 133 then to 21 in favor of version 0, but the level situation tells a slightly different story, especially with the hyper-scaling nature of Dragonite and Inteleon. Things could be about to get a lot better for ATL, but not if they lose their support in the early embers of this fight. Hyper Beam does a lot of damage, but doesn't find the KOs. USB's been popped by the Inteleon, gonna find the 1. How about this though? 5 score on the bottom path for Umbreon, continues to build the stacks, and Crustle has found themselves in a poor bit of territory. The snipe shot, brutal, taking down the Espeon, almost finds Big Mac as well. Morty catching the Eldegoss, forces out the Cotton Cloud. Crash returns to their T1 zone. Scyther now falls as well. The Hyper Beam, again, not getting as many KOs as they would like. Quick pivot, but will they be able to take down the Regieleki? Surely this has to be a full retreat. Icicle Spear is surely going to be eaten up by the Eldegoss. No, it's not. My apologies, it's the Midnight France coming out now from the Umbreon, but there they go. The Icicle Spears get back to the T1. Bliss assistance onto the Dragonite, forcing them. Meanwhile, 2 KO streak. Psychic Solaire, Glacial Stage takes down the Umbreon. There's Ayami falling again. This supporter just doesn't get a break, and Regieleki eventually falls into the hands of the purple team.
Wow, they popped everything they had, and I mean, the big thing there is they just had a lot to pop. A lot of really good resources saved, all for those final moments. Regieleki is undoubtedly going to be defended here. I don't think they've got a really good chance of pushing that in, but they managed to pick up so many KOs. The big thing, though, is that so far we haven't seen A through L really get the engagements like they want to. Very strangely forward positioning for that Scyther. And one big thing that we've seen from other regions playing Scyther is that they've played it from a range where it's almost like, I would say like Leafeon, where it plays the mid-range game until it needs to go in. So it's very safe, and that's not exactly what we've been seeing from the Scyther here. But again, we've been in a lot of weird fights going into kind of like the end of this game.
Well, the thing is, the Scyther targets are very obvious, are they not? Glaceon and Espeon with the proverbial paint plastered onto the back. Hydro Typhoon's going to catch just the 1 Rick here, but it will lead to a KO via the Rapid Spin. They have been able to steal away the Regirock as well. Shout out to the Espeon, surrounded by that Hyper Beam-laden Dragonite as well. That's a big shock and a huge boon, ultimately, for version 0, who go forward with the X-Scissor as well. This Rapid Spin is doing so much heavy lifting, and again, Ayami falls. Version 0 has a game plan themselves, and it's ensuring that the egg carrier is not around to see the light of day.
Yeah, that has been just 100% their target, which is, I mean, it's good, right? It's really like kind of thrown a wrench in how they want to play their team fights. And another big thing is, honestly, they just don't really have on A through L really great frontline engage. They've got to lead with the Umbreon. They've got to make sure that it's the first one to get targeted down. Krinsky, though, has been kind of off on the side in a lot of these fights. And right now, it looks like we may get a fight that's going to be a little bit more top-based for this final 2-minute mark, where the engagement's going to start. The X's are on the Dragonite, but the Unite's going to be popped. Big Bliss assistance, just keep it alive. However, that means that it's no longer an option for the offense, and a great, extremely smart disengage from version 0. They just wasted maybe the most important resource on the team of A through L and reset the situation.
It really does go from bad to worse. I'm kind of shocked that A through L didn't just run with the momentum of what was happening and go for the fight, because you're absolutely spot on. They have burned one of their most important resources, and Sadric here is going to be burned hard. Boiling point here in game number 1 as version 0 find a second. Green Illusion dive will at least catch out the Glaceon, but Oscatar finds themselves forced back to the T2 themselves. They're going to have a quick return to base, and they'll hopefully be back into the center fight soon enough. They're not even going to go back to base. They don't think that they can risk it. Umbreon and Ayami here, Krinsky and Ayami looking, the Rubble Rouser goes down. Surely the Midnight Prowl's going to steal all of that away. Can you believe this, Chef? The Umbreon, the biggest two for the price of one that I have ever seen.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is such a rare thing to happen. But I mean, not only that, man, I know, but the shields stolen from that Umbreon Unite were gigantic, like unbelievably gigantic. But A through L pulling it out in the end. The damage was just not there to get the burn from version 0. Glaceon was down. They tried to kind of burn down in the moments where two members from A through L were not there, but they just weren't able to get it in time. It's going to be another Hundo Burger going in. 400-point lead, 395-point lead from A through L. Everything is looking perfectly in their favor. Actually, that math was completely wrong. I looked at it backwards, but this seems like it's going to be pretty much impossible to stop. We are going to get one final push from version 0 going down to this tier 2 gold zone. Princey is going to be here to defend. MVP stopping that entire game from going the direction of version 0. But this is going to be more than enough defense. So we can see a Hundo Burger going in top very potentially, but trading evenly, or not even evenly, because a few more energy on the pad there. A through L is going to steal away quite literally game number 1.
You have to have seen it to be able to believe it, folks. It's one of the greatest ironies within a single game, truly, that I have ever seen. I do repeat myself because it's worth repeating. The Rubble Rouser, thought to be one of the secure tools, but they forgot that the Midnight Prance was still available. And because the Rubble Rouser went down, naturally, Krinsky's first instinct is to take the Midnight Prance and utilize it. And it's the fall onto the ground, the damage dealt by that inevitably, ultimately, crucially, leads to his team, you couldn't have put it better myself, mate, stealing the win right from underneath the nose of version 0. They have got to feel aggrieved at that result.
Yeah, and honestly, too, there was a really nice save for Unite, but from Arg on the Espeon, but they went down before they were able to use it in the final moments, and that would have been able to turn things around pretty well. This was a pretty high damage game across the board, over 67k on the Eldegoss, excuse me, almost as much as they're healing. That is a ridiculous amount of damage, but the entire team from both sides doing quite a bit of damage. But yeah, that last re-engagement was so good, and yeah, being able to steal away Rubble Rouser, I mean, Umbreon, that is the best counter possible that you could have to that. 7
of the 10 players on Theia Sky Ruins in this game with over 60,000 damage. The Coco's Eldegoss did more damage than Borti's Dragonite. Let that settle in for a hot second. It's, again, it is, I think this word is often used too much, Chef, but the final 2 minutes truly were unbelievable.
They were. I mean, that really was looking like GG. Also, side note, that was 7,000 damage on a nerfed damage Eldegoss, right? That's this entire last patch just nerfed all of that Pokemon's damage because they were like, it does too much damage. Well, maybe you need to nerf it more. But yeah, that was an amazing steal at the end. And so far, that's just been the story of today. There have been like a final 1 minute moment in every single game that we've basically had in every single set today. But this one by far the biggest, right? I mean, the Umbreon coming in. I mean, obviously, sure. Sometimes it's like, oh, you get a pick and you win, or you manage to steal away Ray with something big like an Electro Ball. But this one was just all 100% Krinsky. That was just gigantic.
It almost felt like a canon event. Like, it wasn't even I don't think it was intentional. I think it was just a byproduct of seeing the Rubble Rouser and thinking, this is my moment. Here we go. It's wild. And to be fair, I think it's quite telling that it's Krinsky of all players. I mean, Krinsky has popped off in 2024, a player that you didn't really see much of it previously, if at all. And all of a sudden has found himself alongside a lot of other UCS veterans, and they keep on growing with confidence and with strength. I mean, you said it multiple times already. Their highest place finish in a UCS competition, 3rd place in the April Cup, and some would maybe see that as unlucky even at that. Could they have made it as far as the grand finals? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Well, they're taking their chances now, and that is the biggest warning shot of a game I've seen in a hot second, Chef, and version 0. I mean, how do you even bounce back? How do you even bounce back from this? I don't want to be in their shoes. I don't.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, hey, let's see the draft with how they bounce back. And I do have to say, I think that there are situations, that basically were created by draft from both teams that were a little bit tough. A through L, I felt like they didn't have the strongest front line, and so a lot of times they were just getting a little bit run over. Once again, Absol banned immediately off the bat. But then on the other side, version 0, I think overall they lost because obviously high damage across the board from everybody on their team, but they didn't have enough, I think, dedicated damage dealers. So once they lost that Glaceon, they just could not do the damage that they wanted to. They could do some damage, but it was just all being healed back. So I'm curious if we're going to see either of those things be fixed. A Gardevoir first pick would certainly be that, but I would be surprised if that did not get switched.
Yeah, Leafeon available. A through L going as far as to ban the Glaceon, clearly respecting it. And also interesting that version 0 has very specifically, as losers of the first game, selected to go with first choice in draft again. And they've gone for Blastoise, which means that A through L not only have that Umbreon on hand again, but they're going to lock in that Leafeon.
Yeah, which I think ideally probably A through L is going to go for a similar comp, but they're just going to use that instead of the Scyther, which, I mean, they do play very similar roles. Like I said, they can do kind of more damage at mid-range than a lot of other speedsters. On the other side, though, we are going to get the Inteleon, again, this time by version 0, and the Eldegoss looking like probably that choice again. Obviously, you get a 67,000 damage Eldegoss game, you're like, yeah, we'll probably just go that again.
Yeah, that's as surefire a lock-in as I think you'll find on version 0. I think that Coco was brilliant. Again, I think much like the rest of the team, just very unfortunate by circumstance. To be fair, I think you're unfortunate if you're a Yami. Singled out and targeted double speedster Dodrio in this economy. That is bold.
I mean, I guess if you're going to do a lot of damage with Eldegoss, you're going to do, you're going to have an Leon. It kind of makes sense in that way where you're like, well, let's just get rid of both of them. And now, yeah, it really does force them to pick a little bit more of like a defensive defender. I think that Snorlax is a great choice right there. Yawn, I think, could actually be really, really good here, even though obviously I like seeing the new buff moves. But Yawn is just such a good counter engage, especially against something like Dodrio. I am a little bit surprised to see the Sylveon, though. I don't feel like the Sylveon's going to have a great time against this double speedster comp. I feel like maybe going something, I guess I don't really know. Maybe if you're going to go Mystical Fire, Inkiss, that could be pretty good here. But definitely locking people down with Hyper Voice is going to be nearly impossible in this matchup. So if they go Hyper Voice, I'm questioning it.
Not me here crying sad Aegis/Hours. King Shield would be perfect in this situation. Oh, sorry, not King Shield. King Shield is something different entirely. I mean, the Wide Guard, I more mean just like that ability to pause, to stun Dodrio. You're setting up for Lork's Inteleon Snipe Shot perfectly. And actually, I'm kind of surprised that they've gone Snorlax over Cross. I mean, if they were going to pivot to a different defender, a tankier defender, as you suggest, why go for a defender whose Unite move is going to provide shielding for Umbreon to take it away again? The fear factor with Crustle is there. I get it. I understand, even though that would be a good counter to Dodrio. I don't think that Snorlax is it either. Neither is Goodra, really. Maybe Lapras would have been an interesting shout on this occasion. Maybe. With Bubble Beam as well.
Wait, was Slowbro banned?
Slowbro was banned. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would have been amazing.
That would have been the obvious choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They're in a tough spot with defenders, and I mean they are really highly prioritizing that Blastoise. I kind of feel like maybe they should have just tried to steal away the Umbreon as the first pick, but they are confident in what they've got. They're confident in their Blastoise play, and it's going to be going back up top again as this little Squirtle. But we'll see how things change up as the major changes, I would say, comp-wise, are A through L, and we got to see how this double speedster comp works.
Running that Citrus Berry Hollow Air on the Snorlax. Objectively, one of the best Hollow Airs in the entire game, without doubt. So respect to version 0, respect to both teams, honestly. Will we see a second game 3 in our qualifier matches, or are A through L going to live up to the billing of #1 seeds and find themselves in the top 8? Well, Coco almost found themselves back in the Pokemon Center. Love the endeavor from Oscar to attempt to even try and go for the secure and the KO, but Borty's been caught a little bit too far upfield. Gonna eat it via the Gossifleur auto. Just one more secure in the Bumblebee, and they've got Eldegoss, and that's exactly what they've got. Fantastic work from version 0.
They should just take the EXP share off that Eldegoss and just run it as an attacker. Coco is just doing most damage on the team anyway. Just let it happen. But a great way to KO. I mean, KOing the Leafeon early is big, because there's going to be aggression as well here from version 0 on this bottom tier 1. Everybody trying to score, everybody getting hit. We are going to see the Mystical Fire for sure, guaranteed now from the Sylveon, which, like I said, I think is a great choice as far as what you can get, but big Electro Ball to get that return KO.
Fantastic tech on the light screen as well to push away and briefly stun, and then that leads into the powered up Electro Ball as well. Of course, the whole point of putting up a light screen in the first place. So a nice rebuttal from A through L, albeit on the bottom path. On the top path, still with a lot of joy. And here's Borty going for a little bit of an invade. Oh, just misses out on the Accelagor. They do have the buff that matters in terms of PvP combat. Pops the X speed, and well, Ayami's there to help them escape, and that Drizzyle's just got to let him get away with it.
Now this is, they're not even, I thought they were going to go for the War Turtle right there, but they were like, no, I just want your EXP and I'm going to leave, actually. But they're not going to let them get away from that for free. A beautiful push back, and that's going to be a great KO. Big Mac doing very well up on this top pass so far. I kind of feel like we're going to get a pretty early Blastoise. We're only 1 level away, and we're already at 7, we're only at 7:40 minutes. 7 minutes, 40 seconds. I can speak time, I swear. But yeah, there it is, Blastoise already. Look at that. Great early pop-off.
Yeah, still a couple of levels before Hydro Typhoon comes online, but check out the damage that's being dealt out here. And Coco continuing to lift heavy metal. I mean, honestly, fantastic job here. 4 players on this top bar. Brilliant surf onto Borty. The Hydro Pump almost takes down Borty all on its lonesome. The auto will finish things off. Just Dodrio with this tri-attack to try and ward away anyone. They're looking to get as much value out of that top zone chef as possible. On one point, it is set up perfectly, but they've kind of got to hope that A through L, nope, they're actually not going to take that risk. They're going to just go for the 9-point overdunk. I think the right call, giving the most amount of value to that Regieleki, which is surely in the palm of their hands.
So I do want to talk about this kind of shift of an idea, as Ayame is just getting burned down once again. They are just the unfortunate, I don't know, the target every single fight. Looks like that Regieleki is going to go pretty freely up top. And the last hit there went to the Umbreon. Apparently Krinsky is the best secure on A through L, no matter what the objective ends up being. But I do want to talk about this as this fight's happening. The shift, so basically Leafeon, right, does not have to fully commit 90% of the time. They can play almost as like a mid-range like assassin, and then Dodrio going tri-attack means that it seemed like this was going to be a super dive comp, but instead they actually have the ability to kind of harass this double defender that they've forced onto version 0. So they've got a lot of flexibility when it comes to a double speedster comp, and I think that's super cool.
Jack of all trades, Chef, you could call it, but are they also a master of none? Because on the outside looking in, version 0, they have that score lead. In the majority of team fights, version 0 have found a lot of joy, but that Mew has been honestly been enjoying the most out of any player on Theia Sky Ruins right now. Number of KOs, that auto taking down the Eldegoss, 20 score going down, and they're going to find, what's that quick math, so a 24-point overdunk, I think it was, for A through L, and so immediately that makes things look way better for those who are just tuning in. Lovely foul play onto Arg as well. Electro Ball, yes, surrounded, not going to get away with it. Where did that shield even come from? Bliss Assist is going to try and help out Oscar, pinned against the wall by the Hydro Pump, forced into the triple trample. Doesn't really get too far. It was more reactionary than anything. USV popped, Citrus Berry don't matter, and they're going to steal one for themselves, Lork. Off to the fruit market they go. Are they going to be able to find a little bit of an extra souvenir here? No, Borty gets out of town. A through L take the points lead. The version 0, I should say, set up very nicely for the next Regieleki.
And throughout the entire fight, by the way, Coco just running forward, the first person to engage, which is hilarious. They are the best battle goss. I've actually seen quite a few good battle gosses, but this Red Lecky, there's a chance to steal it. They've actually got some really good secures up there. We are going to see some great spacing here from version 0. Again, Coco up a little bit too far forward this time, maybe. Regieleki, though, getting taken by, it looked like maybe the heavy slam. No, it was actually the Electro Ball. Oh, went the other direction. Yeah, I'm a fool. I did not see where those arrows were going, but that was really close from both sides, and a nice little KO. I think they're gonna probably push this Regieleki, and this should be a pretty good overdunk.
Yeah, so the 20's gonna go in. Honestly, I don't know how much of an overdunk they got out of that. I think they just wanted to get the tier 1 zone out of there. 233 to 127. Sylveon going after him. Oh my goodness, Ayami! Oh my goodness, Ayami! Very frolic. Arg has to pull out of the chase. Don't matter, Oscar's had enough, puts them into the Pokemon Center for another time. Regirock goes into the favor of A through L as well. Bit by bit, piece by piece, just like Gronk says, Chef. Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
It certainly is coming together, but as we've learned so far today, nothing can come together until the final 2-minute mark. We've seen so many close games and so many ones that turn all the way around. I mean, A through L, again, they are one game here away from qualifying. They've got a solid lead over 100 points. Like you said, everything coming together, but anything can turn around. I'm sure they would love to get into that auto qualification spot, not have to play through the losers bracket, but version 0 is not going to make this easy for sure. They're rotating pretty far down bottom, and there was a little bit of an opportunity for maybe them to get a pick on Kritzky over here, but instead the Emerald 2-step up top. Bordy's going to be able to take down at least one. I mean, there is only one target up there, but the bigger thing here is that we've got 50 points in pocket from that Dodrio, and they are going to be scoring a ton in that top tier 2 gold zone. And look at that, all the way down to 37, down to 20, which is going to set up for a huge overdunk if they do manage to score in there after the 2-minute mark.
Oscar, oh, heavy slam, ooh, gets out of there just about, ooh, but I don't think Kritzky's going to be as lucky. Inteleon ultimately with the KO, and still A through L hang around. Keep an eye on the timer, lads. You're not exactly playing with ample amounts. Blissey on the 10-second respawn. There's the agility out from the Mew back onto the T1 pad. Meanwhile, Borty all on their lonesome going after the Regieleki. Ultimately realizes there's not enough damage here to be done. We're going to have to pull out of this one, son. Rustic there manages to get vision on Umbreon, who's in this middle area. Oscar, my goodness, forced the triple trample out immediately. Disastrous for A through L, but can they turn this around?
Oh, they're trying their best. They are going to manage to get 2 KOs, 2 huge targets off the bat. The Hydro Typhoon, though, from Big Mac is gigantic. It's going to hit so many members A through L, but they just don't have the damage to follow it up. Only 2 defenders left. Blastoise going to do its best to get back and try to recover, but it's got to be a steal here. It's got to be from Rustic. They realize there that he's waiting. The Heavy Slime's definitely coming, but it's not enough. The Solar Blade is going to be it. A through L, ahead by 151 points, is looking to make that much, much more. And like I said, they've got that tier 2 gold zone up top set up for a gigantic overdunk. They only actually managed to make it 58, but they already have such a lead. All their shields are still available, and looks like Coco's gonna have to go back. They've scored their points, but it's not gonna matter. 500-point leads on board, 600-point lead, and 7. It's just gonna get bigger and bigger, and that's a surrender. A through L will qualify.
Version 0 takes 0 games and they fall into the lower bracket. Did they not learn their lesson, Chef? In panic, in desperation, if it was calculated, then they got the wrong equation out. Hydro Typhoon and Power Nap at the same time, and Kritzky was licking his lips with glee. Midnight Prance takes away all of the safety net that the shielding provided, and just further emphasize the collapse that version 0 sadly had to endure. But to be fair, I think the signs were on the wall. A through L with a crescendo of a game here from minute 1 through to minute 8, getting better and better, finding a lot more joy in the micro and macro of the situation, better shot calling. Oscar and Borty doing plenty of heavy lifting on the score front, let alone the damage front. Sadric here with a standout 83k game as well. A through L, our number 1 seed, I think rightly through to our top 8.
Yeah, the very well deserved, and there were some moments that were a little bit scary. You mentioned Oscatar had to use triple trample to get out of danger, and when you do that, you've got to make sure that your next move means everything. You've got to make sure that you are still that valuable, that it's worth using that, which is something that we didn't see as much as we saw the Gengar Unite to escape, but it is exactly the opposite this time around. It was like, okay, well, I'm out, and now you've wasted a lot of effort on me, and now we're going to turn things around. So it was really good stuff. I loved the way that they drafted, really cool comps, and yeah, I do wish that we got a stat to see how many shields were stolen. The value of stolen shields, that would be unbelievably high, way higher than most Umbreons 99% of the time.
Well, into the lower bracket we go then. I'm not entirely sure if we're covering one or both of the series, but both of them are rather intriguing indeed. Version 0 arguably gets the best matchup they could have hoped for. They're going up against Ananas Regrown, who 2-0'd Capri Sun, who 2-0'd Real Nexus. They've got some real win behind them now. Flaming Hot Depressos have got Cinco Galemo. I feel so bad for both of those teams, because both of those teams, if you look at the seeding, should be through. So many storylines still to conclude here on the Elite Tour Last Chance Qualifier. You don't want to miss it after this. 2 down. 2 more to find here on the Elite Tour Last Chance Qualifier. Relic and Chef, your miners down in the ground. We're looking for the gems. And we've got a gem of a series. I mean, not that any of the previous series haven't been gems. I think every game's been a banger, quite frankly. But Flaming Hot Depressos have the opportunity to make everybody sad in the club, Chef. They face Thinko Galemo, which, I mean, we were talking about the best case scenario. This most certainly the worst case scenario. I think either of these teams would feel pretty aggrieved that they aren't going to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, 2 teams that I think people really like watching as well, which is unfortunate that only one of them can qualify through. Of course, I guess just a little quick reminder to everybody, the way that this works is that we had normal qualifiers, this is the last chance qualifier, and there's going to be an 8-person bracket for the finals for the money, I believe, next week. But yeah, this is the last chance for Flamin' Hot Depressos to make it, which is, I mean, how many times have they tried and how close have they gotten?
Qualifier 1, they came runners up, didn't make it. Qualifier 2, they came runners up, didn't make it. So the fact that they would then go into the last chance qualifier and get to the lower qualifying matches and still not make it, man, I'd almost want to give them like a 9th pity spot, but that's not how tournaments work. You have to simply get it done within the regulations and the confines thereof, folks. And speaking of confines, well, our bands are on the board. Blastoise, Umbreon, Leafeon, Espeon, Flaming Hot Depressos with first pick. I imagine, yep. Yep. Buzzwole makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of different options for first pick, but a lot of them are already banned, to be honest. You know, we've seen a lot of Blastoise, we've seen a lot of Umbreon, so I say, yeah, go for that. We've seen Leafeon as well, if it is unbanned, which is almost never. Are we gonna see this again? Okay, no. I was like, all right, we've seen it before. Hoopa, surprisingly, has been banned a decent amount today, but also just not picked when it's not banned, but we are gonna see it pretty early on here in this draft.
I really like this. I doubt they're running double support, so surely Ware's going to be heading on to the Hooper. I think given the struggles with the Clefable early on, which admittedly hasn't been the favored supporter of a lot of UCS pros, I think moving on to something different means that Flaming Hot Depressos, any sort of scouting that they did previously, it's now out the window. They've picked a Greedent. That is, I mean, there have been some very strange picks. Again, not that I'm criticizing them, but Greedent is particularly interesting, especially since Flaming Hot Depressos have a pretty decent counter in the Clefable that has been vacated by Ware. They got a Slowbro on top of that as well. With Espeon and Sylveon, that is a Greedent shredder if ever I've seen one. By the way, they're also running a Gyarados, and now they're just going to throw not a Gardevoir, Chandelure, Venusaur, make up your mind, Ed, Alone, and Ninetales. What's it, Delphox? Okay.
Something eventually. Yeah, I mean, this is a weird comp to me. Super weird. I feel like a lot of the time when you choose Gyarados, you want something with early aggression that can help make it pop off. Like you said, you can get it within the first minute, but if you realistically get it within the first, 2 minutes, you're fine. But Greedent's not like a KO type Pokemon, and also it doesn't seem like it's going to be in like the pure center area. I'm actually not sure how they're going to split this up. I mean, it's got the EXP share currently, at least at the moment, which means that maybe we're going to get Mew center area for the aggression. I'm not really sure. Weird stuff.
I'm 99% sure they're going to run, especially since N is like their designated flex player. I imagine that N's going to go central area. So that probably means that Greg on the Mew is going to go bottom path with the Hooper. And top path will be Volto and Fizzy. Oh, actually, no. Fizzy. Sorry, opposite way. Fizzy will go bottom path and Ware will go top path with the Hooper. Which actually makes a lot of sense with a Magikarp, I think, because that thing is very frail and it does give it a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, you know, one thing that we saw a little bit yesterday that is like new from the patch is that Trick Hoopa is a lot
Love
better.
it.
I'm
Love
not
it.
necessarily saying it's the best choice, but I was a Trick Hoopa main for a long time, so I'm obviously quite excited to see it again. But I could see that being a pretty decent option if you're going to go with the Magikarp. Like I mentioned before, a big part of Magikarp actually being able to evolve is scoring rather than actually just getting KOs. And if you can get early Trick and just allow it to like shield up, use its like hop in, score 2 points, jump back out, like it could be pretty good. Again, not sure that that's what we're gonna see, but it's a theoretical thought. And right now they might get the KO on this Buzzwole. It's taking a lot of damage just from these two alone. No, maybe they're not gonna fully follow up, especially with the miss right there. In fact, Volto is gonna be in a very threatened position. But again, the lower your HP, the more damage you're gonna deal. So it's gonna get scary from both sides.
Dude, you were spot on. Mew Central area. What on earth is this play from Thinko Galemo? And to be fair, even Volto and Ware, they seem a little bit disjointed on what they want to do. One chasing after the Buzzwole, one pulling away slightly. Kumba providing good cover here with the Hyper Voice. And now the Mew's on top path, armed with both buffs. And of course, they've got the ability to rotate through the moves now at level 4. No, actually, do they? Is that level 6? I apologize. They got the light screen up, though. They've got that auto attack. They got Electro Ball, but the Electro Ball's eaten mostly by the invulnerability of the evolution. Never mind. Speaking of evolutions, Volto's got it. That is actually pretty good for a Gyarados. And if they are going to run Trick Hoopa, Chef, then Trick Gyarados? That sounds very scary.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what it was, but I think we're not 5 yet. So yeah, I'm curious about that. Waterfall though, I got to point out as we're watching this little bit of an invasion, which we're probably going to be seeing pretty much the rest of this game. Although it's a little bit surprising that the Mew is going to be helping in here as well. Greg getting that KO nicely, but not going to be able to escape for sure. Almost got the berry. Just to at least waste it, but now a lot of members stacking top for Flamin' Hot Depressos. Volto gonna go down pretty solidly as well. Hyper Voice plus Buzzwole is a very good combo. We've seen a lot of top teams start to choose these two Pokemon together because you can basically just throw somebody exactly where they're gonna take the massive amount of the Hyper Voice.
Slow rotation into this bottom path, which the irony is not lost on me. They do have a Hooper. It should be relatively quick, but Cinco Galemo focusing on that EXP, capturing plenty of wild Pokemon to ensure that they're in the best position possible for the first set of Reggies. They are incoming in sub 30 seconds or so. Gotta love that runner's uniform on the Greedon, looking to cause a nuisance. Got the Hyper Voice and the Icicle Spear from both evolutions. Ugh, scary times for N, who goes in very deep despite the low HP. Big shield from the Slowbro. That Electro Ball's caught out where a couple of times now on rotation. 44 to 11. Buzzwole goes down, and it is Trick Hooper on the Gyarados. Thinko Galemo, they're in the kitchen.
I have somehow successfully guessed with wild, just random guesses what's happening in this match so far. I'm going to continue to do that and probably buy a lot later. But I'm really excited to see that. I mean, Trick is strong, especially once you can get the Trick that ends up giving you healing a little bit on the enhanced Trick. But right now we're fighting for this Regirock, and the Dunks are coming in where getting solo targeted Trick not going to be enough to help right there. I mean, you can't really save yourself all that well. Regirock's still not down, and the final hit, it looks like, is going to be going to Flamin' Hot Depressos. Looks like it was the Glaceon in the end. Also going to be the Glaceon to confirm the KO on the Greedent. Like you mentioned, it's going to be such a good tool at melting them down. Bunch of points going in. Where comes back, as well as N, who I mean, they can defend for a while, but oh my goodness, look how deep we're going with this Buzzwole, saying no fear for this big buff bug.
Flaming Hot Depressos are playing the Japanese game. Huddle up. Scrum. They really could have done with a Gyarados in that situation. Here he is. They're about to meet the family, and they are out of there lickety-split. To be fair, they've gotten a couple of good stacks down. Very important for that Gyarados late game as Piercy, oh my goodness, finds the Salic Berry and runs away at a canter. But Flaming Hot Depresso's really strong push overall, but I'm worried about this Gyarados now. Level 10, as long as it's well protected, Chef, then the likes of Buzzwole, Glaceon, Sylveon, they're in deep trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be a whole lot. And Waterfall, we didn't really get a chance to talk about this, got a lot of buffs. And a lot of players have been talking about how Waterfall could be the move now. Both Bounce and Waterfall, both good. Obviously, it's not like Bounce got any worse. Well, it's just different now. But right now, Volto's going to be the one kind of pushing in. It did get the Trick Shield again, and it's going to be using the Unite. How catch? It's trying to go for 3, and it does manage to get a lot with the eject button. That's going to be 2 KOs from the side of Single Golemo. 3 now. Volto's getting a little bit low, but they are going to be able to just close up that 4th. The slow beam. No, it's going to be able to 1v1 and close out the KO. Just barely. You were talking about the most petty slow beam earlier. That one to secure the KO might be the top of the list. 2 amazing slow beams today. But hey, you know what? At least we got something from Flamin' Hot Depressos there.
Oh, Volto is counting down the second place. Is this really happening? Is this really what you've chosen? Yes, they've chosen violence, and now the Hoople Ring is unbound. The hyperspace highway opens. Green are looking for the steal. They're not going to find it. Second basement Reggie. Second Glaceon take, but Reggie Alecki on its bike on the top path. Buzzwell's going to have to go there to deny any backcaps. Meanwhile, Thinko Golemo full send on the bottom path. Surf goes in via the slow bro. Looking for the mystical fire. By the way, mystical fire finds another KO. N is really stepping up to the plate here. Glacial stage down, but isn't going to get much joy. 2 KO streak here. Big scores. Overdunk, I think, of roughly 30 points. Another KO for N. The Delphox finding so much joy. Buzzwell isolated on the top path, but Fizzy going on to the top path themselves to go for a score, but not as much as this. 40 points. Good value here on the T1 path if Flaming Hot Depressos can claim the real estate.
Be a big push in here. I mean, a little bit really too far, but I think they knew there was no way that they could escape that situation. So they're just going to do their best to kind of go as far forward as possible and waste as much time as possible. But right now, we've got to figure out as Flaming Hot Depressos what the plan against Volto on this Gyarados is, because that is the problem.
It's a large problem. It's a problem that is being well protected as well by this Trick Hooper, by the Greedent, which of course can provide plenty of fire laid down by the Bullet Seed. Full rotation for Flaming Hot Depressos. Looking to repeat what they did on bottom path. Here on top, Icicle Spears. Look at this. The fanciful fireworks go down, well protecting the T1 zone, and that forces Flaming Hot Depressos to abandon the plan. In fact, it's inadvertently led to Thinko Golemo having a much better staging platform for the Reggie Alecki should they want to go for it. They'll want vision on Flaming Hot Depressos first and foremost. That basement Reggie spawns in with no one in locality, but now we can see at least, again, it's the joy of being the observers of this situation. Flaming Hot Depressos are going to hard commit to the bottom Reggie. Thinko Golemo, get the Alecki for free.
Ooh, but Registeel is going to be going for free to Flaming Hot Depressos, so trading 1 for 1. 5 seconds left. Yeah, I think you got to let that Regieleki in. There's no way you're going to solo defend that as a Clefable. Not if you want to support your team at all. Now, it's going to be really easy for Gyarados to get in and move out, but they're going to start to fight off the bat, and immediately Greedent's going to go down. I mean, not the biggest member of the team to be in part of this team fight, but it's a great way to start. Ware's going to pop the Hoopa Unbound, but just get dunked as the largest dunk target in the world, and being chased down now by Buzzwell. Not going to get KO'd, but Ware finally going down. And in the back line, we saw Volto just not able to dive as much as they wanted to. This is going to be a tough spot. They're going to be able to reset, but Rayquaza already down to less than half HP. They've got to make a move. What Unites are even available? We've got the Unite from the Gyarados. They've got to make that happen. Fizzy coming back in, getting KO'd again before some members got KO'd even once. Unite coming out to maybe even just escape from Volto. Gonna get the eject button to get one hit in on the Sylveon, but that is certainly not enough, and this is starting to look very tough. Single Golemo does still have the lead, though. A lot of members have run back.
Thinko Golemo is desperately trying to give the win to Flaming Hot Depressos, and somehow Flaming Hot Depressos are being distracted just enough so that they're not actually able to punish them here. They're going to have to flip for the rip eventually. Volto going to get closed down by the slow beam. Bullet Seed goes down. It's going to be who gets the last shot on Ray. And guess what? Cinco Guillermo have gotten away with it. It's Gyarados taking down the Buzzwole, leading into Gyarados taking down the Clefable, leading into, I'd imagine, it was the Hooper sealing away the Ray of all things. Very, very messy final few seconds there, Chef. But Cinco Guillermo, the EU team, they've got themselves that first important win.
And now Flamin' Hot Depressos is going to be one game away from, unfortunately, continuing their curse streak. But yeah, Cinco Guillermo, they were doing so well, and then things started to look a little bit scary. They did keep it solid, though. Like, they ran back and recovered so well in that final fight. But that was one of the most, in my opinion, successful Gyarados runs that I've seen in a tournament so far. I mean, that was a dominant Gyarados. It was a great showing, too, is why Waterfall is so good right now. It's very hard to escape a Waterfall Gyarados. For anybody who doesn't know, the buffs used to basically do, Waterfall's 3 moves in a row. It used to be do one, delay, do one, delay, do one. Now it's do one, delay, do one. And it's like they lowered the delay to 0.07 seconds, which is basically nothing. When it used to be 1/3 of a second, which is a pretty big deal. And now it just gives you so much more mobility, so much more freedom to escape and hit people. But really the damage, if you're looking at it, I mean, Anne did so much, 95k.
Ladies, gents, and everything in between, I can confirm Wonder Chef is indeed a scat man. Cinco Guillermo. Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I agree with everything that you say, but I can't get my head out of watching Volto in Dragon Current and going for the Sylveon rather than the very more obvious target of the Clefable that was like on super low health, easier KO, not as maneuverable. Like, as I said literally a few moments ago, it felt like Cinco Guillermo was trying to do everything to lose that team fight. You're correct, again, as most times, like, they did well to bounce back, and they did well to, like, hang in there and ultimately get the steal. But if I'm a team coach and I'm watching these players have mistake after mistake after mistake, I'm wondering, where was Flamin' Hot Depressos in all of this? How did they actually fumble the bag? Even worse, to not capitalize and punish as many teams have done before.
Yeah, they had a really good opportunity at the end there, but they just weren't able to, I don't know, make it happen for whatever reason. They weren't ready, I think, for so many people to be back and in position from Cinco Guillermo. I will say, though, if there's one thing that I really didn't like about that last game as far as drafts, I do not think the Greedent did anything for their team. I think Greedent, you have to be annoying, you have to score a ton, you have to shut down somebody on their team. It's a, really similar idea to kind of the Sableye strat, but I felt like it wasn't there. It just ran in and got KO'd a bunch in the end, and that's a big reason why we ended up seeing Cinco Guillermo not do that well in that last fight. But I like this, the Gyarados ban early.
Yeah. Target ban. And Cinco Guillermo don't want to be dealing with a Buzzwole either. Does open up the stable to Umbreon, which I imagine Flamin' Hot Depressos would do well to lock down immediately. No, looking to steal away the Hooper instead, which is interesting because I don't think that the Hooper provided too much either. Admittedly, a very different style of Hooper to what we've seen, and I'm sure that many people like myself will be on copium saying, no, it did really well, I promise. But like, we have to treat it fairly as well. There weren't many moments where we thought that use of trick that made the difference, and so possibly a more traditional hyperspace hole on that side of things. Cinco Guillermo respond with a Trev and with an Espeon.
Yeah, the thing to remember about Trick Hoopa is that it's almost more like seeing a Comfey, right? Like, you are choosing one target and you are just buffing that target to be able to run away with things. And so it looks like it's a lot less impact because overall team impact is lower. But if you do have that one specific target to run away with, I think it's quite good. And that's what we saw with at least the Gyarados until the final fight. But okay, I don't know what's going on here. And then the Zeraora. So we've got a game, technically, of Pokemon Unite.
How is Umbreon lost 3 picks on draft? What is going on? The Zeraora, the Sableye. Oh, Aegislash. Come on, N. Come on. No, you can't do this to me. You hovered Aegislash. Aegislash would be so good into literally everything minus an Umbreon mean look. Zoroark is also okay. That's ultimately what they are going to select. I don't have anything for this, Chef.
Honestly, I think that the Aegislash would have been a better pick here. I think that Zoroark actually is not getting any support, so it's got to do everything on its own, right? I mean, this is a supportless team. The supporter is truly not a supporter. Although I've never seen Ware play Sableye, which is cool. But, I mean, what targets are you hitting with Zoroark? I mean, if you're going to go Mystical Fire with Sylveon, which I think would be the flex right now, you don't really have much that you can do against that. Glaceon's going to auto-target you and one-shot you. You're going to get, kind of fight your 1v1 against Zeraora. Like, I don't feel like Zoroark has targets in this game that it really, really loves. So I could be wrong, but Aegislash, it'd be able to get rid of all the auto-hit options. As soon as Zeraora jumps in, it always commits to its move, which you can basically then, again, shield that. So I feel like Aegislash would have been a great pick. I'm curious to see if the Zeraora will be as well. Or sorry, not the Zeraora, the Zoroark. Oh no, Zeraora versus Zoroark. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, I'm going to back myself. I know best. All the UCS pro players know nothing. Aegislash is the way. We'll wait and see, because look, one thing that we can lay in Zoroark's favor is that it does claim those KOs a lot quicker than any Aegislash can, barring if you're literally going to burn a coup de grace on one individual, which we've seen it happen, but like that is some serious salt being thrown into the concoction. Matt, the Sableye is interesting. I mean, you look at some elements of Think Ogolema's comp and you're thinking, okay, you can get away with a Sableye because it's self-sustained. But then you look at Zoroark and you're like, but why? It feels like two different compositions merging into one that's not quite as good as either.
Yeah, I actually feel the same way with the Serena, which we barely got a chance to talk about because there's so many weird picks here, but I feel like Serena needs heals a lot. I feel like Serena is just barely tanky enough that it just needs that little bit of healing to stay in the fights, and I mean, right now, that's not going to happen. Man, no, Flaminant Depresso Zeraora, so good that LG, new super team LG, banned out Zeraora against them. So this is definitely something to be feared, although maybe not that scary against this Zoroark right now. Yeah, the newly nerfed Night Slash, right?
I mean, I can confirm myself. It's not crazy bad. It's not like it's become the worst thing overnight, but Thief is the meta. If you're going to run Zoroark at UCS level, you run Thief, but here we are being confounded again, and here we are seeing that Zeraora running riot, 2 KO streak. Easy as that. We got ourselves a Phantom on very low health as well. Flaminant Depresso's looking every bit as strong as we perhaps should have expected. All evolutions online. Their scaling is good to go for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this is, I mean, obviously it's going to be a weird game. I'm trying to wrap my head around it right now. Zoroark looks like it went down to the Sylveon somewhere else, where just currently trying to be annoying, which is, I mean, they're doing a great job of it, quite obviously, as they're sitting here 2 feet away from this goal zone. Finally, maybe going to go down. You were correct. We are going to see the more traditional hyperspace hole Hoopa. It's not going to be the Trick, although Trick on Zeraora might have been kind of saucy. I would have liked that, but the Zeraora doesn't need the help. It's fine. It's going to get the KOs anyway. It's going to get that nice KO. Serena is going to be a really nice target a lot of this early game until it gets powered up, but Zoroark keeps getting the reverse KOs.
Yeah, so the thing about Night Slash is that final fall, that final descent onto the ground, final slam, really. I mean, that's the official term, isn't it? That's incredibly good for objective secure. It is a significant amount of damage more, as we can see there in tow. If it wasn't for the Citrus Berry, then Capri falls like a sack of spuds onto the ground. And, well, speaking of, well, the tree's back in the ground, unfortunately. Glaceon felling the Trevenant. Oh, this is dangerous, though. Zoroark really doesn't work well into a Zeraora, but Zeraora doesn't really work well into 3 individual Pokemon, all of which can deal damage. It falls and goes back to the Pokemon Center as well. Serena with good sustain, got that X attack popped as well, picks off a couple of Bumblebees. I still struggle to see what the thinking is for Think Ogolemo. I still struggle to see what Think Ogolemo's thinking overall is. Maybe the Reggie fights that will ensue will give us a little bit more of a look in.
Yeah, we haven't even seen team fights. This feels like a solo queue game where there's
It
like
does.
weird number
It
of
does.
attackers on both teams, and like everybody's just kind of brawling in their own path, like just like weird on and off fights. Regi's already do almost half, and Ware's gonna jump into that back line, try to be annoying. He's gonna go down very quickly. Flaming Hot Depressor does a lot of damage when they focus, but the Psychic Solaire to try and push everybody away, which was maybe a little bit of a downside because N wanted to jump in and hit everybody at once, but now they were all split up, even though they were CC'd for a little bit. That means the Flaming Hot Depressos is going to very cleanly win that team fight, and by themselves not going to be enough, doing, I mean, a good amount of damage, but you've got no support, you've got no damage with you. This is not the game that we saw before with the Comfey, and so again, I mean, the Zoroark's getting damage and KOs, but I don't know for how long that's going to be able to hold up.
But do you see that though? They actually burned their Unite move in that fight and got nothing out of it. And so that's another individual moment for Thinko Galemo where it's a possibility wasted, or maybe we should be arguing, was there a possibility at all? The possibilities seem endless for Flaming Hot Depressos, who claim the Regieleki for themselves as well. Hooper Unbound, big push on top path, stuns, and the beam across. And Thinko Galemo have to vacate the Bastion, 200 to 44, and it could be about to get a lot worse. Discharge backline, Queen Ascendant, bonk. Zeraora at least taken down. Major danger out of the equation, but wow, huge damage from the Evolution. Psychic Solaire, and the follow-up will claim 2 KOs, so at least Greg's vibing. But at the halfway mark, Thinko Galemo, although the level situation looks relatively all right, every team fight suggests otherwise.
Yeah, that's the big thing about this comp. I'm going to say this before they get into another fight really quickly, is that anytime that you have Sableye, you can't look at it and be like, okay, we're even. You have to be ahead the entire game. You have to be scoring tons of points. You have to constantly be shutting down the other team. But if you're even, that means that you're going to have a team fight at 2 minutes where you are just basically 5v4 or 5v4.5. And that's currently what Flaming Hot Depressos is doing, is they're keeping this even. And more than that, obviously, they've got a 156-point lead. They've got the level advantage, so right now, whatever this Sableye strat is, it's not exactly working out.
Well, they're sending them one by one, Flaming Hot Depressos, through the hyperspace highway, glacial stage. Good catch, but also good catch for the Flaming Hot. Wait, hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, did I see that right? Did Thinko Galemo get the Registeel?
I did not see.
Yeah, they 100% got the Registeel.
Wow.
How?
I do not know.
What?
There's too much going on in this match. I'm like looking over too many things while other things are happening. Right now, Woodhammers are doing a ton. That was, I would say, wildly unnecessary Phantom Forest, as they were 4v2ing in the center right there. But Fizzy did barely get out of there alive, so maybe just needed for that extra little bit of shielding just in case they got hit a little bit more. And they did get the 2 KOs, which is a pretty big deal. Points are starting to even up a little bit more as well. One more KO. This Espeon is really becoming a problem. I think if there's one big problem, Hoopa, you know, taking on a support while neither are really supporting, you know, in whatever forms they happen to be. Volto still up there. I think the idea of I'm thinking about it now, the Serena is probably just to unite the Zeraora and just get rid of it, because it's a problem, and sometimes you just got a 1-for-1. You got a pseudo slow beam.
Which I would agree with if the Serena was selected after the Zeraora, which of course the Zeraora was actually selected.
Oh, you're right.
After the
Yeah,
Serena.
you're right. You're right.
Like you're right. You know, like it is a direct counter in that sense, but Flaming Hot Depressos knew what they were doing. I think we have to question, does anybody know what they're actually doing in this game? Because it surely has been one of the games of all time. Look at the attempted steal from the Sableye. We're very cheeky, but the Zeraora is now 2v1. Watch out, discharge. Your Unite move now? Really?
Oh.
This is not the play-in.
That is certainly not the timing for it. I mean, we're going to be back with plenty of time to spare for that Zeraora. And yeah, you really needed to save that, I think. But I mean, hey, maybe it was worth getting that KO. There wasn't even like an objective for them to steal there that they were really going for. But that's, I mean, it's just something we got to look at. Level 14s, 2 level 14s on the side of Single Lemma. That's going to be really, really big. Like I said, especially this Espeon is doing so much damage, but a really even set of levels for Flaming Hot Depressos. Presos, and already they're doing a lot of damage, starting to burn down this Rayquaza, forcing Cinco Guillermo, it looks like, to maybe try and make this initiation, where though immediately going down.
Oh, and they've burned Midnight Glower, the one potentially interesting utility move, and they've burned it in a moment's notice. Stuns on N, who's going for the flank on the back line, gonna get caught out Glacial Stage, and they don't even get to use the Unite move either. Psychic Slayer though, big catch, 2, 3 go down, and there's Umbreon as well. Volto and Greg are carrying Cinco Guillermo across the line. Capri has already burned the Unite move. This is sensational.
Oh, Greg, I was saying it is such a problem, that Espeon. I mean, the Serena was doing a great job as well, of course, a lot of the damage, but it really was so much of just that Espeon. Psychic Solaire, one of the most ridiculous unites in the game, and I gotta say it, as we're going into this, Flamin' Hot Depressos, the most cursed team in Pokemon Unite history, quite possibly.
It's time to order a cuppa, because Flaming Hot Depressos are heading back to the warm room with the nice people. Therapy required. For how long? As long as it takes, my friends. Flaming Hot, I mean, there is nothing hot about this gameplay. There is everything depressing about this gameplay, because they honestly did everything right in both games, and they still come out losers by 2 games to nothing. Cinco Guillermo, was it the quality? Was the power of Arceus on their side today? Perhaps we will never know, but we can simply state this fact, Chef. Cinco Guillermo have made the top 8.
They have, I mean, a great, weird game that this was. Definitely one of the most entertaining games that we've had, in a very different way than the other entertaining games that we've had today. But they made it work. They made their strange comp work, even though there were moments where it didn't seem like it. You know, like I said, you really need to be leading a lot of the time when you're running Sableye. But what they did was they built a ton of space for Greg and Volto to be able to farm up. I mean, N was doing a lot of aggression as well, so it was kind of like N plus Where kind of creating space, and then everybody else just farming, and being level like 15 for the final fight is ridiculous, and both of them being able to just melt Flamin' Hot Depressos.
That Psychic Solaire turned the tide. It catching 4, and then Volto into the Queen Ascendant as well, just to finish things off, going into the back line with Grassy Slide. No Trop Kick, by the way, interestingly. Triple Axle, Grassy Slide, which, again, kind of fed into how I thought they would play it. Self-sustain, shielding, slight recovery. And we see on their own providing 34% of the recovery, all for themselves. 83k damage combined with Greg's 86. I mean, look, I can't say that was a easy game of Pokemon Unite to read from start to finish. But what I can say is that clearly when they were up against the wall, Cinco Guillermo clutched up, which is actually the complete opposite of what we saw from them earlier today. So in terms of progression, personal growth through the last chance qualifier, top marks.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, every single team that has lost today has been really close to not losing. So it's fully understandable to see some of these teams make it all the way through. And that means that we've got 7 of our teams, right, so far qualified for the finals.
One more team's going to be planting a W in the column. And one more team, sadly, will be suffering an L. But which will it be? Ananas or version 0? You don't want to miss this, folks. It's after this break. outside my window. Light has turned to dusk. And so here we are at the twilight of the last chance qualifier. Wonder Chef's gone completely dark, it seems. I'm Relic, by the way, and it's been a long day. Oh my god, you're there. You turned on the lights. I can see you again. We got two more teams. The two last teams in this last chance qualifier, Chef. One of the teams is Anana's Regrown. We started our day with them as they lost 2-0 to Zimagogo, and they have made their way through the lower bracket to this point. Version 0, on the other hand, losing 2-0 to Letters. But both games were incredibly close-run things.
Yeah, honestly, both these teams lost very, very close to zeros. We have not had a single dominant game today. I'm just gonna say that straight up. Not a single game has been like, well, I think I know who's gonna win. It's all been 2 minutes. I still have no idea who's gonna win. I'm personally very impressed with Anana's Regrown, though. I gotta say, I'm not as familiar with them as a team. I know some of the players, of course, but I feel like they are just playing extremely well today, or at least they were in the first game of the day. Version 0 was as well. Again, I'm not going to make any calls yet, but only one of them can get the last qualifier spot. All Eevees banned.
Or, I mean, Umbreon. I mean, Blastoise could be an Eevee if it tried hard enough. So yeah, Blaevion. There you go. It's off the table. Does actually mean, though, I mean, for real, does mean that Umbreon's on the squad, and that means that Anana's Regrown is going to select that. Also means that Sylveon is still available if any of these players would want to pick it up. For version 0, I think Crossel would be a great choice just for that general CC. Of course, we saw Coco on Eldegoss earlier to great effect, fantastic damage dealt, but they're actually going to wait until later in the order before they lock that in. Instead, it's the big tree going in, a chunky front line.
Ooh, yeah. Now, I mean, I guess that we actually probably know it's probably going to be a Trevenant up top, but I've had some top players talk to me about how Crustle up top can actually be really strong as well. So they could do a shift a little bit later if they do see some reason to do so, but regardless, we know that they are going to be quite tanky. Glaceon would have been a great pick here if it was unbanned, but the fact that it's gone means that they're honestly, like, a lot of the picks that Anana's Regrown would have liked are now banned by themselves, and not choosing that Mew there, they might be giving that up. The Sylveon, I'm surprised, hasn't been picked already.
It's interesting. Legonos was tempted to steal away the Eldegoss, and you could definitely tell that they've locked in Venusaur for TEPs later on in the draft, but it does mean that Coco does get their Eldegoss free of charge. They will be picking up the one remaining evolution in Sylveon. Let's see what Lork will end up on. I'd imagine Inteleon probably fresh in the mind. Cherry King, of course, plenty of new action earlier on. And looks like we might be seeing a Talonflame coming out here as well. No, I mean, Dragonite makes a lot more sense to me than a Talonflame. Quick switch from Mew into the A9.
That's really interesting. We're going way back here with these last two picks. This is a season 1 meta. Although, hold on, is there a chance? Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, they're going through a bunch of weird picks right now. Every single one of them is weird. Zoroark the least weird, and I still don't actually know again if I like it. Not that Zoroark's ever bad, right? But I just don't feel like this is the dive. I guess the team to dive, right? Like, they've got a lot of defensive options, and we can kind of flip around how Venusaur is used. And now, knowing that there's going to be a Zoroark, we might have a chance to see it like Petal, Petal Dance, Giga Drain, looking like Beam maybe, though. Actually, I don't know. We'll see.
What's curious to me is that his TEPs on A9 and Snow-O is actually going to go on Venusaur. That rapid fire scarf to me gives it away. That's surely going to be Petal Dance, which is naturally very anti-dive, which version 0 is very clearly going for. I mean, you hook him in with the Rock Tomb, you've got Curse Build Trevenant or Woodhammer Trevenant. Honestly, both works. Hyper Voice Sylveon, or Mystical Fire Sylveon if you want to go for the chase down. Obviously, Zoroark kind of has it. The memo is dive and hope for the best. So, yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I don't get the dive comp given what they're up against. I think there's a lot of nasty looking spikes that they might run into there, unfortunately.
Yeah, you do not want to run headfirst into those spikes because that is
No.
not fun at all. Looks like we got a slight delay on starting the game. They're going to be making it right now, but just looking at those comps again, I mean, I'm going to go over the stream and look at it backwards. I'm just trying to think of what the A9's for, you know, like I'm just looking through it. And I mean, A9 is such a weird choice in general. It can be quite annoying to get around, obviously, like the walls that it can create, but
Mhm.
there's a reason why Alola Ninetales has fallen out of the meta quite so much. Originally, of course, it was kind of the Aurora Veil user, and then that fell off. Then it was a little bit more of just like a traditional type mage, and then that fell off because there's so many good special attackers in the meta. So I do wonder if maybe there's a chance that we're going to end up seeing it go a little bit more for like the Aurora Veil, like auto attacking type comp or type build. But again, I really have no idea. Like none of this is screaming to me like this is why they chose A9.
I at the risk of giving away my age and the sort of films that I grew up with, it feels like a Spider-Man 1 I'm not in here with you, you're in here with me kind of mentality. I mean, if they're gonna run Blizzard Avalanche, which I mean they could run a Aurora Veil if they really wanted to, but I think that that makes the most sense to lay down, especially with snow warning as well. Those freezes could be incredibly counterintuitive to again the dive comp that version 0 is clearly going for. On top of that, they'd be diving into a Pokemon that can unleash Snow Globe, a very powerful close quarters AoE unite move. You know, it's funny if A9 with this particular build with Avalanche Blizzard, if it had the range of a Crustle, I think it would be one of the most popular options in the meta because it means that your squishy A9 is actually further out of harm's way and can get away with those sort of engagements, setting up with the Avalanche Blizzard and going in with autos or going in hard with a Snow Globe. But listen, those are mere thoughts, right? That's not what we're dealing with here. TX, though, has shown well so far in this tournament, Chef. Does he have another 2 good games in him? Well, we're going to find out. And Nana's going to be grown in the purple and version 0 over in the orange.
And before this match starts, I'm going to say I'm not going to let you get away with saying that watching Spider-Man 1 makes you old because that came out when I was not that young. So that is very, very mean to me, and I do not like that. But we will see how these comps end up working out. So far, a lot of damage up top just from this little Venusaur. Probably not going to be able to get the KO, but Coco, of course, going to be more far forward than anybody else on the team. Got to get that damage. Got to break the 67K. If we're not hitting 70K, I'm going to be disappointed in this game.
I agree. I agree entirely with that sentiment. And Snow O would certainly have wanted to steal away that Bunnelby. Instead, they're going to have a face full of the Thief Zoroark, which is crazy to think that this is the first Thief Zoroark that we're actually seeing. Night Slash has been the preferred rollout movement. We've got Big Mac there in that central bit of tall grass. Cherry King with both buffs on the Dragonair already. Goes in with the Dragon Breath evolution onto the Blissey, forcing version 0 back to base. No evolution yet for Snow O onto the Ivysaur, but you can see the ticker there. Very close indeed. Just one more Bunnelby, and they'll be good to go. Of course, version 0 looking for the denial, and they're going to scare Ananas off, I believe. Another 2 points for the Dragonair on bottom path here. Rock Tomb. Bulbasaur actually taken out. Big denial for version 0, and Snow-O is halted for the moment.
Yeah, a lot of center area aggression from version 0. We're going to see, it's not the usual grass supporter, but it's a different one hanging around the Zoroark. As they were kind of doing a little bit of an invade. I wouldn't call it an invade. They were kind of checking out what was going on. They managed to get a KO, I believe, or assist with a KO in the meantime. But there, look at this, 3 now center. They were, of course, getting that EXP, but there's a chance for a fight for sure. Well, no, it looks like they're actually going to back out pretty quickly.
Or are they? I see that Zoroark sneaking into the enemy central area. Or is it a quick rotate round? They're snooping, doing a little bit of window shopping perhaps. Got vision on the bottom path. There are 3 of the teammates there. Got Rosom on the Umbreon. Snow Warning gives away TF's position, and version 1 backs up slowly on the top path. Trevenant holding off the Dragonair, and now Ivysaur. Very quiet. Neither team wanting to make a major mistake.
Ooh, what a first initiation. I mean, this is where the mistake's gonna be made. The mistake is being anywhere close to Zoroark ever, all the time. Right now, though, it looks like at least Dragonair is gonna be able to be pretty safe, but you just don't have that offensive power. And Locke really going in right there, try and get something, but almost got the bait. This is a nice little back and forth. They're playing a game of fighting game footsies here. Nobody wants to overcommit to the other one, but that speed zone is definitely gonna help out with the Dragonair.
Yeah, the speed zone was definitely in favor of Ananas. The numbers game certainly wasn't. And again, Lord going into the back line gets that Celigor nice and easy and almost finds a KO onto Cherry King. Their duel continues. Finally, a bit of support, and that's a fantastic, I don't know whether that was an eject button pop or whether it was just thief, but they avoid the avalanche of TFs, and version 0 have been going at the Reggie steal, and the Sylveon Hyper Voice actually takes it away. The Hyper Beam not able to do what it was primarily designed to do in this composition, and version 0 not just with a Reggie in pocket now, Chef, but with a minor points lead as well, only 5.
Yeah, one thing to point out here is that the Secure is really strong on the side of Ananas Regrown, but version 0 does not really have the Secure. They're going to be jumping in, though. They don't need a Secure as long as they can just KO everybody else first, but that's not going to happen. Zoroark and Eldegoss going down quickly.
That was nasty. I don't think Zoroark was necessarily expecting the freeze, and 3 caught in the Phantom Forest, although Big Mac, wow, great survivability on that Trevenant, but are they going to be able to deny anything else from going on to the path? Reinforcements are on the way. Midnight Prance. Trevenant does eventually become the first to go down. We've got the Nightfall Daze, which doesn't do much in the way of KOs. 3 KO streak, however. 4 KO streak for Snow-O. No Penta opportunity. They're too busy scoring the 36.
Ooh, this is looking pretty good. I mean, so far, I was really wondering what the little Ninetales was going to do. Honestly, it's just playing the normal kind of mage special attacker game, and it's doing quite well at it. I'm curious to see, again, kind of how that ends up going in the future. But having a big AoE Unite, like you said, it's going to be a really, really big deal for a lot of these team fights. We're going to get a lot of this EXP, just the defenders fighting for the EXP down bottom, but there are going to be a little bit of support, the support for the supporters here, as Ananas Regrown is going to have 3 on bottom. Still, only the top path has been broken for either team. Nobody's broken the bottom tier 1s, and there's going to be an objective here soon. I kind of feel like the winner of that fight is going to be the one to get this really big advantage going to the 2-minute mark, probably.
Of course, worth mentioning petty regional differences as well. Version 0, the last hope for any team to make it into the main event through the last chance qualifier. Snow Globe whiffs, but does create space. And Nana's Regrow not able to score anything. Actually, scratch that. They got 8. They are looking for the 37 big pick, and they're going to find 33 points on the overdunk via Cherry King. Opens up their lead to just shy of 100, and it means a quick switch onto the bottom path. Reggie, which is Reggie Steele. Cherry King all on their own, actually, in version 0, not willing to put on any pressure. So Cherry King able to get away with this, whilst the rest of Ananas Regrown continue to look for XP elsewhere on the map.
Let's see, 3 minutes, 45 seconds left. We've got a 100-point lead for Ananas Regrown. They got the level lead. Everything's just looking really good for them. I'm trying to see if there's any of the kind of weaknesses they have, but right now they're just running together as a team. And again, just picking up these KOs is going to be another one. This has been a very aggressive Umbreon. Finally, they are going to get some reverse KOs. Looks like a little Ninetales and the Blissey both going down, which is going to really help for that EXP. But version 0, they're behind by a lot. I mean, their highest is 12. They've got 11-11. On the other side is 13, 12, 12. So even with that kind of reverse EXP, it's going to be big. 2 Unites coming out, though. Phantom Force is only going to connect on 1 to kind of counter that Unite from the Dragonite, but you really need to hit more. Big Mac is not going to be all that strong. The shields are not going to be that effective, and Arg running as well. Not really a lot of range on Ananas Regrown to be able to follow that up, but they're holding on to this, and we're less than a minute away from the final stretch. Ananas Regrown just looking so hard to deal with.
And they continue to press, maybe a little bit too far. Rock Tomb, Rustic, that Crustal needs to get back and find a little bit more health. In comes the Curse, the Big Mac. Will they have a nugget of hope here, or are they going to go down in a McFlurry? How many more jokes can I come out with? Hopefully not too many for the audience's sake. Check out Cherry King on top path, by the way. Again, completely isolated. Got a Regieleki, all for the taking.
All right, let's see, 23 seconds. I'm just really trying to find a way back for version 0. There's not a single target that they can hit down. And that's again the problem with the Zoroark too, is that there's not a single target that's going to affect the game by them just having to run, you know? I mean, it's just got to be a great team fight. I mean, I think a lot of it probably has to come from Big Mac, like landing a big Phantom Force, which actually they don't have up yet, which is going to be a pretty big deal. We also don't have the Verdant Anger from the Venusaur, but that's not going to stop anybody, as already the initiation just completely started and completely stopped. That's a great way to use that from the Alolan Ninetales, pushing everybody back, stopping the jump, and now using it to wall people in. So far, we're getting so much mileage out of this. I might be underrating Alolan Ninetales.
Free back cap as well, and of course it was going to be Cherry King. Draco Impact can have him back in the fight in the raid pit in a jiffy. Of course, that's all said and done. Caught out, but uses Dragon Dance to get out. Got that power swap on from Big Mac, desperate to go for it. Hyper Beam, got ourselves a Snow Globe, and there's still no KOs. Again, scratch that. It's the Crossel who doesn't even use Rubble Rouser. They were waiting for the Midnight Prance, which has been utilized, so if it gets back into the fight, that is at least an option. Here goes the Draco Impact, down onto the Zoroark, Hyper Beam with the Slay. Queen, and on bottom path, look at version 0 looking for a cheeky back cap, only 28 points. Every little helps, I guess, but here's Crustal now back on the scene, and unfortunately that Eldegoss Coco gonna fall. Time is a precious commodity now, Chef. Less than 50 seconds, version 0 have to find something to work with.
I don't know what they can find. They really needed that Eldegoss to not get KO'd right there. We are going to see the Verdant Anger come in. We're going to pick up another KO on the Trevenant, and another one on the Sylveon. This looks like this might be the nail in the coffin. We are going to have a few members coming back up, but not really in time to do anything. Zoroark's coming up, but it would only be able to get over there, get a few points in, and it's not really going to be enough. Eldegoss coming up just a few seconds later, but it wouldn't even be able to get to the other side of the map right now. This is just a fun little game of chase that they're playing, trying to catch the Zoroark, and they are gonna even make that happen. So Anonymous Regrown, a strong game with a huge scoreline lead, and they're just gonna hold on to it the entire time.
Now, there is some intricacy to this, as Anana's Regrown do indeed go 1-0 up in the series. Because this is an EU versus NA clash, there is certainly some importance to be weighed on what server these two teams play on. Now, this was home advantage to Anana's Regrown. The Unite servers, or the Unite client itself, suggested an EU server as the home server. It's worth mentioning version 0 quite rattled by that, Chef. And you know what? Looking at that last 10 minutes, it looked like a team that was rattled. It looked like a team that wasn't playing fluently. And whether that's down to ping or whether that's down to mental, the results are evident. Barely any KOs to speak of.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this was some pretty interesting choices as far as comps. Wow, 112,000 damage from that Venusaur. I did not realize they were doing quite that much damage over the course of the game. That was considerable more than I thought. Also, again, I really got to point out here, Tieps on the Alolan Ninetales, I was curious what it was going to do, and it played a very standard game, but they just did a really good job of making it feel like the push and pull, or I should say the pushing and the walling of the Alolan Ninetales like mattered a lot, and it stopped a lot of the mobility and the dive that we really wanted for version 0. So I'm really liking that. Also, 115k healing from the Ognaus, which I'm definitely saying wrong, but overall just a strong showing from everybody on that team.
Leognos is correct. You want to say Legolas, let's be fair, but they just don't roll like that. But what we are going to be doing is we're going to be rolling into the NA server now. So in theory, if ping really does mean as much to version 0 as they would suggest, then this should be a lot better for them. Of course, we are going to be heading back to EU servers should we make a game number 3. So what are the key points that version 0 have learned here? Was it down to composition? Was it down to macro? Is it just a case of building up momentum and confidence through game 2 and just rolling on vibes from there on out? Let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I think ping is obviously going to be a pretty big deal when we go to NA versus EU. I was talking about this before, though, that like really the top teams have to practice a lot with other teams from different regions. And so playing on ping is definitely something you've got to like kind of have a knowledge to kind of be able to do. And sometimes, honestly, I mean, I know it's not optimal play for tournaments, but sometimes you have to know that you just can't pick certain picks when you're at slightly higher ping. Things happen, right? Sometimes people's internet ends up being slower, and knowing that you can't choose like the most like optimal, like super tight timing things is a big deal. Of course, I come from fighting games, you know, traditionally, where we have very bad netcode sometimes, and sometimes you play against somebody who's further away, and you got to realize like, oh, hey, maybe I don't choose the super high technical character in this matchup. Maybe I don't go for my super optimals, and it's again, it's not fun because you really want to just play the game optimally 100% of the time, but in the realism of tournaments and online tournaments, sometimes you do have to kind of you know, play the game that is dealt to you.
To anyone complaining, by the way, they asked for it. It was a genuine request from a lot of players in EU and NA. We actually quite like these cross-regional tournaments.
Yeah.
Could you do more of them? It's part of what led to the refresh, so to speak, of Unite Battle Hub, from going from open series and double trouble and very strict regional codes to, well, not double trouble to Elite Tour, I should say, which does have those individual regional elements in the open qualifiers, but last chance qualifier, main event, we are encouraging this cross-regional play, and so like you say, there are those natural hurdles to overcome. If you are prepared to say, yeah, we'll face some folks from EU as an NA team, then yeah, you got to play against ping. You know, yeah, it's not going to be completely balanced all of the time. And so how do you work around that? And to be fair, I don't think any of the picks were necessarily high skill. In fact, I think that might be why Lork kind of went away from a potential Inteleon pick and onto something like a Zoroark. But either way, whatever factor we choose to associate with their loss, that is the bottom line. They have lost this first game, and they have to win 2 on the bounce now to go through and qualify. And Nana's looked strong. Pick something traditionally what we would consider off meta, work to treat. And I wonder just how much else they've got in their bag of tricks to show us.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I think nothing's going to be as off meta as that game we got before.
No.
Yeah, but we can definitely see some different things. I mean, I know I keep saying up the Ninetales was pretty impressive, but I'm still curious what that brings over any of the other choices that could have been made in that moment. The walling is kind of the unique thing. So I do expect that we're probably going to be seeing some pretty standard play altogether from Anonymous. It just feels like they were doing well across the board. They didn't need to go for anything super special, and knowing that, they kind of probably can go for the idea of like, well, now version 0 needs to try and adapt to us and change their game plan, and so we're just going to continue to be solid and shut them down. But version 0, I think, is really going to have to find some sort of new answers, some sort of new strategy. Their comp was a little bit strange, almost worked out, but they got to find something big here.
And it all starts with the bans. Version 0 were hovering a Trevenant, and instead they're gonna go back to a Trevenant. Okay, I mean, they were going through some speedsters. They've decided against it, and Nana's regrown and said, hey, you know that Zoroark? Yeah, let's have none of that, mate. We'll have we want to see the back of that. Version 0 goes for the ban on the Leafeon, which leaves Nana's regrown with a defender ban as expected, perhaps. That means that Blastoise is off the board, and surely version 0 are going to lock in that Umbreon first and foremost. Or Slowbro?
Yeah, I feel like Umbreon's got to be the pick here. There's not too much else that you really want to. I mean, you could go Crustle. Okay. Wow. Okay. I mean, Crustle's been it's been going a little bit further now. Interestingly enough, I kind of feel like that's a sign, right? Like Umbreon, not choosing that Umbreon first means that you're willing to give it up, which means you're probably not going for any strategy with the Speedster, which means they're probably going to be going something very different than they were going before. Maybe something a little bit more like kind of Death Ball-y, but we'll have to see. Of course, the Espeon plus the Umbreon as first 2 picks is disgustingly good. Espeon's super high impact pretty much every single game that it's in right now. But now we got to see what your answer is here. Why would you prioritize the Crustle first? I mean, it does give you the ability to wall people in, but so does Mean Look. It gives you the ability to maybe get a little bit more CC overall, but you're not locking people into too much, except for, I mean, Glaceon's always going to be good. And yeah, as usual, Coco sticking with that Eldegoss.
Yeah, and it's good that the Glaceon away denies Ananas a third evolution, and Ananas going with the Gyarados and Leognas. Wow, the Sableye. That is a wild choice. But look, we've seen successful Sableye even as recently as today, but I mean, this early in the draft is quite fascinating. And version 0 threatening to steal away the A9. Combine that with a Blaziken as well would be a very aggressive lineup. I mean, admittedly, A9 more of a support attacker, but that's exactly what they're going to stick with. So TX is going to have to find something different, but the Venu is available.
How are they actually going to split this up?
Oh,
okay. Wow, this is a lot of damage on the side of an Honest Regrown. I feel like this is like a super hard commitment to just saying like, well, we're just gonna have. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of support. I actually like this a lot. The Umbreon plus the Sableye. Obviously, Sableye takes up your support spot, but doesn't really support you that much. But Umbreon can be the defender, and it can heal quite a bit with new Wish buff especially. So it can play this kind of multi-role option while the Sableye is doing Sableye things.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely running pseudo supporter Umbreon. Of that, I have no doubts. I guess they're looking at what version 0 is running, and you've got shielding healing from Coco. But then again, I mean, Coco has not necessarily been fully dedicated to this shielding healing game by virtue of them running X attack, by the way, as if you wanted any more evidence as to that. So yeah, maybe this is the Hail Mary. Maybe this is just, look, we're on the NA server now. They're clearly rattled, although they are going into quote-unquote home territory. Let's just throw caution to the wind and let's see whether we can catch them out with something ultra-aggressive. And obviously, a lot hinges on the Gyarados coming online. But if it does come online within the first minute to 2 minutes, then version 0, all of those Eevee picks are kind of counteracted by the sheer force that Gyarados brings.
Yeah, and the damage as well. I mean, you can get such early aggression altogether from from any of the evolutions. Like version 0 could take some of the evolutions up top, but the fact that they've got Glaceon and not like Espeon or Sylveon specifically means that they're not going to be able to be quite as aggressive top as they want, I think, and it means that it's going to be a little bit better of a target here for this Sableye, who's going to be very, very annoying. But that also means that it's a pretty good deal for the Magikarp. Oh my goodness, they'll steal, so annoying.
Now they're going after the Acelagor, and look, it's forced Coco into the central area as well, and that has proved incredibly resourceful on top half for Ananas. 3 scores for the Magikarp, by the way. Not going to be able to steal the blue buff. Glaceon does come online, but Leognas, their job is done. And look at this, more 5 scores, that effort gauge effortlessly going up, and still no A9. Rotation on the top half of the Sableye. There's the store power to the Gossifleur as well. And Snow eventually goes into the retreat, but for how long? It's a 4-person rotation for Ananas Regrown. Again, Asia with a huge influence on the Western world and how we think about Theosky Ruins rotation. Yeah, they've got that A9 online, but Snow is so close to Gyarados.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they're not Gyarados yet. I think maybe that KO that they got up top, they didn't get an assist on. I actually wasn't looking at the actual assist bar, but they were a little bit further away, so they maybe didn't get a hit in when they could have. So not the fastest Gyarados, despite the fact that Top Path has been doing really, really well. There we go, it evolved just off screen, so just before the 8-minute mark. And so things are going pretty well for an Honest Regrown, just with the style that they really wanted to go. Right now, again, this Gossifleur still being a Gossifleur is really tough, and the Double still being a Dwebble. Okay, there we go, finally a Crustle.
Oh, Leognas is living in their heads rent-free. They're living in their enemy central area rent-free, isn't he? I mean, this is disgraceful from Leognas, but I mean it in the best way. This is exactly what you want from a Sableye, the epitome of annoyance when you look it up in the dictionary, you're going to find Leognas on a Sableye. Oh, big punish though here. Version 1 find themselves down 2 KO streak for TEPs. Rustic moves back on that Crustle. Rock Tomb, the Resonant Guard procs. And these two evolutions doing work on the bottom path, but Gyarados online, Chef, up to level 7 already.
Yeah, we'll see if it can really kind of carry its weight now. We are going to see the bounce, new fully charged bounce, going to be launching people. But it's really hard to push in against this Alolan Ninetales. Yeah, this really might be something more to this Pokemon. It's interesting that we've seen it in this matchup so much, but currently, Anonymous Regrown going to be doing quite well on this bottom path as we're going to get the first Regis spawning. They've got a numbers advantage, but still, we're kind of split up as teams here. I mean, we've got 3 bottom and 2 top for everybody, kind of, actually. Now only 2 bottom for Anonymous Regrown. They're going to have to steal this, but, I mean, they can for sure with a Gardevoir. Not going to be able to against the Overheat, though.
Big Mac was really limited, actually, because they don't have their Unite move just yet, but they do have access to Overheat, which is your big objective to kill move. Speaking of that Psychic Solaire, the Espeon looking to initiate something, maybe a T1 Crash, tries to catch the Crustle, but instead gets caught out by the Blaziken instead. Glacial Stage goes down now. Watch out for TF, sorry, my apologies, not TF's, Arg on the A9 this time around, who goes for the chase. They don't have Snow Glow, but on the top path, more scores go down for Snow, I should say, getting my scones confused with my scones. Apology, real British gamer moment right here. 77 to 74, though, still incredibly close. And you look at the levels, and Nanas maybe with a slight advantage, but don't count version 0 just out.
Yeah, pretty cruel for there to be a player named Snow and not one of the 2 players who's played in Alolan Ninetales so far. But wow, big unite actually from kind of a lot of members. We're gonna have 4 members down altogether. Oh my goodness, everybody's just exploding. Almost get the KO as well with the side shocks, but not quite able to. That Alolan Ninetales is gonna stay healthy. Teps and the Gardevoir are both just so low. They've got to be careful. Now Gardevoir can get pretty far away, but not if you get walled in and they get the KO as well. This Sableye is coming in to help with the defense and gonna do a pretty good job of it, but Psychic Solaire is gonna do the main brunt of that damage. But Big Mac coming back in one more time. This is just a trade back and forth with KOs from both sides. Every team is just fighting here.
It's all attack, it's no defense, which I guess is kind of what we were expecting. 30 score, Leognas. Oh my goodness. CC'd into oblivion. 2 KO streak for the Gyarados who runs back. Good support from Cherry King. Worth mentioning, actually, that 3-point lead is completely ballooned into, what's that, a 72-point lead for an Anonymous Regrown? Not that that's particularly safe, given that Rayquaza can truly change a game on its head with even like as much as a 200-point lead, but still, it shows that this game is hanging on a balance, on a knife edge, and it's anybody's guess as to which way the momentum will fall in the end.
It's I mean, that's just how this day's been. It's just been a lot of who knows, and I mean, my goodness, they're just continue. Great rock tombs, may I note, from Rustic. Been really walling people in very well. Regieleki will go in. They are gonna break that. It looks like not the biggest overdunk in the world, but it's gonna be enough. Was that a KO from the Sableye right there?
Yeah, they midnight glowered into an auto.
Just being sneaky, being annoying. It's working very well, but wow, this has just been non-stop fighting for the past like 3 full minutes at least. This has been no fear, and look, it's going to continue. I mean, I guess it's what happens when you're constantly invading the other side of the map, but looks like finally maybe going to be able to escape. Ooh, nice little just juke right there.
This is pure cinema. This is pure cinema from Leognas. And here he comes again, flanking and looking for a free score. Umbreon, great distraction, mate. Hi, let me score 30. Oh, it's a 1-point overdunk. Really? Especially when all your mates, oh, never mind. Your mates are absolutely fine. Frozen mid-air, great X is a catch here, but they don't get too much joy after that. Big plays, 3 KO streak, not TFs, 4 KO streak, Cherry King.
Wow. Okay, Gardevoir really starting to pop off. Honestly, the damage line on Anonymous Regrown is disgusting. I mean, we've seen basically most of these Pokemon solo carry games so far today, right? We saw a Gyarados game. There was a runaway game. We saw a well, not really a runaway game, but it was like a Gyarados carry game. We've seen an Espeon carry game. Gardevoir we haven't seen yet, but obviously we very much could. So it's just going to be about who's going to pop off in this final fight. Having this lead is going to be great for Anonymous Regrown because they do have that that extra range advantage overall. So they can kind of just play a little bit further back, wait for somebody to get into a position where the Gardevoir can punish super hard, and then just try to take advantage of that. But right now, it looks like there's going to be a lot of focus from Anonymous Regrown on this Regieleki. There is an attempt maybe to get in time to steal from Big Mac, but not going to be there in time. And it looks like nobody going for the basement Regi as well, so we're getting set up for the final stretch.
Oh, duped. Oh, Leognas. And look at Glaceon. Look at Glaceon. I mean, Glaceon sees them now as well. They've decided to just go for a drive-by wave and be on my merry way. But that's an open goal mouth, my friend. That's a free 80 points. Big Mac knows. They know that Leognas is going to be here, but they can't stop him. Their Gremlin dunks 80, extends the lead, and there's no slow zone. They can roam free and into the wind, but here is our final moment. Version 0 going for the rip.
Oh, they've got to make it happen. Rayquaza already down to half life. Looks like the big Unite from the Umbreon's going to keep it up. And the first one to go down is going to be Crustle, as well as the two other members of Version 0 all together, all at once. Charlie King's in a great position here to try to burn down this Rayquaza. They got to get the last hit, and they will be getting it. Anonymous Regrown taking down 3 members and the Rayquaza. They've still got 4 up, and that's going to be a GG.
It's an EU sweep in the last chance qualifiers, the last stand of America. Well, it didn't stand for too much longer. On home ground, they are beaten by a team that has pulled out rather interesting compositions, and they've made every single one of them work, Chef. From the A9 to the Sableye Gyarados Hail Mary, Anonymous Regrown deserve their place in the main event.
Yeah, I think that was a great draft from them at the end. Really a comp that can take advantage of the space that's given from a Sableye play. And we now have 2 Sableyes that have qualified into the top 8 in the final match. It's really weird that it worked out that way, but I feel like Leognas' Sableye play was so perfect. Like, that's how you want Sableye. They were ahead by 1,000,000 points. They just shut down other people leveling. They built tons of space. They were just doing everything perfectly to be as obnoxious as possible. And I say that in the most complimentary way.
I mean, you look at these numbers. It's never going to be favorable for a Sableye because that's not what it does. It scores. I wonder whether our observer could go back to the scoreboard just to see 186. I mean, it scored more than double than the next player, which was Snow-O on 64. And Snow-O was stacking, by the way. That was part of the memo, was to stack, even as early as Magikarp, because, of course, that increases the effort gauge. It was truly excellent. And I think once Snow-O and Cherry King on the Gardevoir as well, like getting into like the level 10 to 13 territory, they ran away. The damage output was insane.
Yeah, I mean, just such a strong attacker line. Like I said, it was so hard to deal with them when they got so much space to be able to just level and not have to worry about early aggression. And then as well, like, that was a decision made in the draft partway through when Version 0 had already kind of announced that it's like, okay, well, we're not going for any of the super early evolutions. We've got the Glaceon. We're going to have a little bit slower of a game this time. And then Anonymous Regrown's like, no, you're not going to have a slower game this time. We're going to have a very fast game. Just not from the side that you wish that you were on. So I think it was just smart draft all around and really great stuff. Like I said at the start of this this set, Anonymous Regrown has been very, very impressive to me, and I'm really liking their play.
Yeah, 100%. I really liked every single game that we watched, honestly. That was entertainment from start to finish. But we do finish with 4 teams, and they're all from the same region. A to L, Zima Gogo, Thinko Galemo, and finally, Anonymous Regrown. They are part of our main event. They join Luminosity, and Exile from NA, and Nouns Esports, and Sucreo Sucre from EU. The 27th of April is the day to note in your calendar. The same time that we started today is when you should be here on twitch.tv/Unite Battle Hub. That is noon Eastern time, 6 p.m. CEST. But before then, of course, just a little brief reminder that our final open series ever is happening this Tuesday, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. OCE. This is your last open series again. something coming for May. We can promise you that much. But it's going to be great to see all of the OCE teams out again. I believe both of us are actually casting that one, Chef. So should be very exciting alongside Kelosaurus. But we've had an exciting time here today. It's been a long day for us. And bless you for recovering and putting on such a great performance. But we now have matches confirmed as well. Obviously, I've forgotten all of them because I forgot to note them down. Silly me. But out of the 8 teams that we know are through now, who are you fancying to take home the lion's share of the $500 prize pool on offer?
Honestly, if I have to choose, it's probably Nouns, just because they feel like they have a lot of momentum to me. But it's hard to say. Of course, a lot of really great teams going in there. I think you did say that it was going to be Single Golemo versus LG, and then you said it was going to be Anonymous Regrown versus Nouns.
Exile. Anonymous Regrown. Yes. So actually,
okay.
We can work in reverse. And so, yeah, so Thinko Golemo are facing, as you say, Sucreo Sucra? Yeah. So Thinko Golemo are facing, no, you know what? I've got this completely the wrong way around. A to L are facing Sucreo Sucra. Zima Gogo are going up, and just context for the audience. It's Swiss. First, you get 2 wins, you go through to the top 4. We'll explain it on the day, but there are Swiss rounds. These are the opening matches. So you've got A to L versus Sucreo Sucra. You've got Zima Gogo going up against Exile. You have Ananas Regrown going up against Nouns Esports, and you are spot on. You've got Thinko Golemo going up against Luminosity. Those are your first 4 matches of the day.
Oh, that's going to be very exciting. I'm pumped for that. I'm glad I was back for this. Obviously I was not well enough to do UCS, but sitting here with I think I refilled this like 3 times. It's a giant thing of tea. Helped me out a lot. So shout outs to tea. But I did fight my way through this, and I'm starting to feel better. And I felt very sad because I really wanted to cast a lot of the games yesterday or within the past week. I know I had to call off on another UBH event, but I'm back now. It's starting to heal, and I'm glad I got to do these because, like you said, every single game was fun.
100%, and it is a pleasure having you here. It's also a pleasure working with Bacon, of course, behind the scenes, rocking both Observer and production. Goat, thank you so much. Doing truly all of the groundwork here today. We got Shivam and Azalea and Dreadnought behind the scenes, making sure that all the moderation was in order. So please give them your thanks. If you are new here, please remember to follow. Plenty of Unite Battle Hub action going on. Even after next week, we're going to take a brief break as we always do, but then we should be back with Elite Tour May. And who knows what else in the future. We did, of course, cover the EUIC open bracket. So, small little plug. Who knows what comes in the future. And I think that's all of the administration done from our side. Thank you so much. Remember, Tuesday for Open Series OCE, Saturday for the main event where we decide the winner of our first ever Elite Tour. Should be super, super exciting from him and from me, Relic. It is a very, very warm goodbye. Take care.